Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Low Ink. I am DRF, joined by the one and only Nito, and we are here to bring you at least the first of 3 rounds of this exciting alpha bracket coverage.
Thank you, Daniel RF, or Donald RF. I'm still working on it.
It's one of them, just keep cycling through them.
We'll find the right the right word that starts the right name. Actually, it starts with the letter D. But for now, we've got Tidal Disruption versus, and I feel like I should get this right, so I'm gonna go ahead and try it. Sonora Inkamita de Iztapalapa. I think I'm right. It's an 8th and a 9th seed, so we're starting off pretty dang good here.
Yeah, this should be an exciting matchup just based off of the records and on paper. Two teams that should match up very well with each other. It's always fun to get, a good old 8 versus 9 matchup to start the day off because, I don't know, I feel like it's such a great way to set the tone for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, is there a better way to start a Sunday morning?
No.
Look at this. We've got 8th and 9th seed, and if you want a little more information on them, they were 5th. Tidal Disruption was the 5th seed. Sonora was the 6th seed in the same group, so they're already pretty close with each other. The only thing is that Tidal came out with a 5-1 record. Sonora came out with 4-2. Sorry, just 10 or 4 more rounds that manifested out of nowhere, but
4 out of 6.
Yeah. 4 out of 6 rounds, you guys won, I believe. Probably
yes.
True.
Probably.
Big if true.
Well, nonetheless, it will be a pretty exciting matchup, hopefully, between these two squads to get things kicked off, as they are eager to get things going. In probably a few moments here. I know the tournament's really just kind of kicking off here. But we're going to get things started off when they do ready up with Splat Zone's Barnacle and Dime. Good old Splat Zone's Barney. How I hate you.
Barney. I'm old enough and young enough to remember when we called it Barneasel, and those were the days, Ludi Tonight and all that fun stuff. I used to play in Ludi. I used to be in a team. I used to play Splatoon competitively. I still do. Right.
I was gonna say, when you say used to, what, you haven't played in 3 days?
This is the first ever retirement I've announced online, on stream. No.
You'll be back in another 3 days, so.
I'm retiring. Expect my FA posts in about a month.
Yep, exactly, because that's how things go in the Splatoon community. You're gone, but you're never truly gone.
Once I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Shout out to anyone in chat who can actually get that reference. But I think Splat Zones are actually, I don't remember which tournament it was, but I remember there being a tournament where we started all of them with zones, and then the rest of them got to counter picks. I feel like that was really recent, but I think it's a really nice way to start because Splat Zones is probably the best way to figure out how both of these teams fight with each other and how both of these teams play. So it's a good place to start, and we're going to go ahead and start off here with both of these teams to start off your Sunday morning.
Well, these teams are ready to go, so we're going to dive right on in and taking a look at some of these compositions. We're going to be seeing Tidal Disruption going with that custom Range Blaster and the Heavy Edit combo, and meanwhile, Sonora is going to be bringing out the Stamper, the 10th, a Z and F, and my beloved Tri-Nouveau. That is quite the composition out of Sonora.
And then Tidal Disruption is coming in with custom range, a Headit, a shot, and we got a classic Vanilla Slosher. And they've actually got a classic lead there as well. Her leads are very good in Splatoon, or at least in competitive Splatoon. Casual Splatoon probably as well. But Rosie here doing some quick work with the Vanilla Splatter shot, trying to get some paint down. Choi here able to assist with these players with some picks. I love the combination we have there of the Headit and the Range Blaster, working together to get some picks on the board as Tree pops off a Kraken. Try to get a pick. There is 1, there's 2 for Tidal Disruption.
Yeah, and this is starting to spiral just a little bit for Sonora. They're trying to find a way back in right now. If Tree could just hold on to that plat, they're going to be in a beautiful spot there to really make it difficult for anyone to get towards this zone. The trade there is going to pay off as well. The ZNF does have some strikes ready, so let's see if they end up using them right at the last moment. They're not pulling them out, coming in a little bit late. I don't think it's going to be in time, barely, but there's only one person left and they recall. What potential there was there, and the flank plus the combination of trip strikes from that ZNF.
I'm just gonna say right now that could have been the funniest retake I see all weekend long. I was not expecting, and you know what? To some extent, actually caught the camera operator by surprise there too. But I think that Zipcaster to try to retake zone was both a desperate, like a little hero play, but it's also kind of smart because you already have all these people going all the way up in enemy territory. So let's just send Zipcasters to the side. We'll paint the zone, see if it works out with the trip strikes as well. But oh man, if it worked.
It was so close to making it happen, but that's Splatzone's party for you. So that's all I'm gonna say is that I am not a big fan of that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that map mode particularly because it's very frequent you do get those types of games. But Tidal Disruption, they played to their win condition. They did exactly what they needed to. They got to those key positions, really that plat, got the couple of picks they needed, and were able to lock it out for good.
And I pointed this out a little bit just now, but Rainmaker Museum is going to be the counter pick from Sonora, which I will say came out pretty fast there. We transitioned to this screen, and then all of a sudden, here's the counter pick. So they already know what they're coming up with. I feel like they're cooking something here. Oh, I guess we're going to find out really soon here.
Damn, these teams are on top of it today. Well, all credit to them nonetheless. So we will get just a small adjustment here from the ZNF to the Splat Charger from Mr. Mew. So that's going to be the only adjustment that you will... sorry, the pencil as well. I totally overlooked that for a second. Coming out from Tidal Disruption as well. So going to be a couple of Charger adjustments. Going to see who wins this duel as Splat Charger going to get their first pick of the game.
Hello, Mr. Mew. Just a quick pick on that Rapid. I know that not the Rapid. The range was already looking to pick up that Rainmaker, so that is a quick pick. And another one there on the splatter shot from the side of Tidal Disruption. But Tidal Disruption over to spawn with a pick of their own. Troy here coming in with the range blaster, doing lots of damage here, trying to push them back, and already has some good damage on him. There's one down. With the Stamper going down, the tent gets down right as they jump out. Tidal Disruption has some clear space in front of them. They do go down, but they do get the checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's why the big thing that they got accomplished there is clearing out that checkpoint. And Shuri's going to try to use this Kraken to clear some space for their teammates if they get this pop and pick up the Rainmaker. They're still trying to get through some specials here to really open up the way, but might have taken just a little bit too long. Now trying to have to use all their main weapons instead to have to clear out a little bit of the space that they were really aiming for there. Charger versus Charger, and it's going to be the Splat Charger that wins out that battle. Rainmaker moving up now, has a little bit of space to work with, 37 points remaining. That's going to stop there, but they still have the numbers, Nito.
They still have the numbers, and you also have the bombs as well. Look at how much bomb pressure they're already starting to put down. Let's see a little bit more. We might be able to see a little more. We actually see more points coming out from Tidal Disruption to go up to 22 remaining. Mr. View on top there with the Splat Charge, or the Splatter Scope rather, waiting for another pick and waiting to see if they can get something going for Sonora as they actually get another one. And you decide to see more. There is another one for Mr. View. My goodness, great stuff here from the Splatter Scope.
Whoa, they're all just on fire today. Wow. This aim is just impeccable right now as Sonora now trying to find a way to leverage this performance into some points and trying to come back. Shuri with this Kraken hunting down a member of Sonora, able to do so. Does expire though, and now their teammates will pick up this Rainmaker. They do go 2 down, a beautiful Zipcaster play there. And this is going to be a bit of a stagger now for Tidal Disruption. Sonora should be able to find a way to get points on the board now.
And it's interesting because they don't have any points yet, but like you said, this is a good spot for Sonora. They have lots of room to go. Oh wow, that didn't end in a pick, but the second one did. But we're going to see if they can get another one with this tent umbrella. They Rainmaker forced to go out, but now Tidal Disruption only has one player up. Sonora has the numbers advantage for now. They're going to take advantage of it. They sure are. They get the first checkpoint down. Hee-hee-hee-ha, credited with that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is now a good opportunity for Sonora. They have the numbers advantage. They really flipped this game on its head. And all 4 specials almost online, but the Stamper is going to go down just a little bit early. Now, Mr. Mew gets another one. Oh, a beautiful shot. This Rainmaker is going to reset, though. Oh, disaster here for Sonora, as they could have had an opportunity there to really keep this Rainmaker in an aggressive position, but now they're gonna have to reel back just a little bit and hold the ramp, see if they can find a couple picks once again to get this Rainmaker back in position and adding points to the board.
I gotta say, this is still a very contentious spot for Sonora. It seems like the script here is flipped. Now it's Sonora making all the big moves. Can they get the lead here? Yes, they do. All courtesy of Mr. Mew and Master there with the Rainmaker. Mr. Mew now going to try to make another push. Yes, they get it. Can they get themselves to the KO? Very close there. 6 points remaining with a minute to go. Tidal Disruption now on the back foot. They're going to be the ones put in a dangerous spot here as they need to get something going to get themselves back in the lead. There's at least one pick, so that should get them started. But they're going to need to go further because now Sonora started to turn up the heat here.
Oh, what a tale of 2 halves this has been. The first half dominated by Tidal Disruption. The second half, Sonora with a massive response. And now it is coming down to the final 30 seconds here as Tidal Disruption trying to lean on some of these specials, but they only have those trip strikes in the Kraken. Now they're going to have to rebuild. This Rainmaker not in any position right now for a push, but both teams are staggered. Tidal is going to have to come up with a massive team fight win here if they want to get back this lead.
6 seconds left on the clock. They have the Rainmaker already, so this game's gonna go to overtime, but they have to do something with this push. It's gonna be the last one they have. Already 2 players down for Sonora. Tidal Disruption now looking at 3 players down. It could have been that Trizuka to get the win there, but Tidal Disruption is that close! It's not enough though. Sonora responds very quickly here. Trinuvo, our beloved there, with possibly got the pick. I mean, there were 3 players around. That could have been anybody, but regardless, Sonora holds on for the win there.
My jaw is unhinged right now. What a final play, a final effort, and Tidal Disruption. I believe the Rainmaker carrier just simply got their feet stuck a little bit on just a tiny patch of blue ink. What an ending, folks.
Let's stare at this again. So here it is. Here's a wipeout. Masato gets that just the last Zuka. Anon here making a move. Does get stuck on it. And the Tri-Slosher Nouveau comes swerving in for the save of the weekend so far. And we've only gone... This is just round 1.
It's just round 1, Nito.
And we already have a counter pick.
These teams are on top of it. Oh, Nito, I don't. Okay, so I may or may not have been the actual counter pick, but I don't know, Nito. I'm still collecting my thoughts from that game there. What an effort from both of these teams. Okay, so is it or is it not TC Mako?
It's actually 410 pixels apparently, but it's I don't know. Okay, so we confirm it is TC Mako. It is TC Mako.
Yeah, we got the bait and switch, but then like it wasn't an actual switch, so it was just bait.
It was just bait.
Bait and bait.
Oh goodness. Okay, we've already seen just about everything happen here. We've got the last minute save, we got the bait or the switch and switch even, and the
switch and switch back.
It's TC Mako. It is actually TC Mako this time.
Okay.
This time for sure.
Well, yes. So these 2 teams being relatively consistent in their compositions. We're definitely gonna be seeing with Tidal Disruption. I think they really want a way to leverage that custom range blaster and the Slosher. I think that these two are going to pair very, very well here, especially with so many ledges to work with. They're going to really be dominant on controlling those stacks and really trying to get the heavy edits to move up. Notably now, we are going to be seeing that Sonora is actually, Mr. Mew is going to be switching to that Nautilus with Splashdown. So definitely not the pick that I was quite anticipating, but I love the adjustment here just to be a little bit more agile in a map that's really not going to allow you to get comfortable as a charger. But it's going to be Tidal Disruption early on now with first control of this tower, forcing the jump back as well, Nito. And this is Tidal Disruption early on.
Wow, okay. 3 down within the first 30 seconds of the match. It's a pretty good start for Tidal Disruption. Sonora, like you said, looking for a more agile comp, especially with a map as short as Mako Mart. But right now it's Choi with the Kraken trying to get something going here. Gonna have to back up ultimately. T-Tech already taking control of what is Sonora's right stack here. So good move here from the T-Tech, knows how to poke with the Stamper there, but we're gonna see some more action with the Zipcast to see what they can do with it. Miss Auto, they're in a bit of trouble. T-Tech almost falls out, but is ultimately recalled as what you do with the Zipcaster. But Mr. Mew going to be taking a more aggressive stance, especially with this Nautilus. More movement here.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Sonora that's trying to make something happen at this first checkpoint. They do find 2. Blaster going to be taking out that Stampado in return, and it's just going to be a chain reaction here. One person taking out the next, who takes out the next, and so on. As Sonora really trying to establish control of mid, able to do so now, slowly moving up. Slosher trying to camp those ledges, but unsuccessful there. First checkpoint will fall, and this is going to be a very close game as we approach the 2-minute mark.
Okay, those splashdowns might be the reason we're seeing Mr. Mew come up with that Nautilus, especially how much it's covering that plat area. But enough of that, I'm gonna talk more about what's going on as T-Tech goes down with the Stamper there. You talk about coverage and you talk about control of the game, and ultimately Sonora does get the lead. But Tidal Disruption now, see how much paint, I'm just seeing how much paint they've gotten down almost immediately after the start of that, after the lead switch there. But my goodness, Tidal Disruption getting there very fast here. But Choi with the Kraken trying to get a pick here, but does not do so, I believe.
No, we're going to be reaching the halfway point in this game, and it's Sonora that is back in the driver's seat, taking control of this tower, taking control of mid. Special's going to be coming out though from Tidal Disruption, able to find the 52 gal as well. And now this is going to be Tidal Disruption finding a way in, but it is just a massive team fight. Fights are just happening in every corner of this supermarket right now, Nito.
This has to be the worst trip to Walmart I've ever had in my life, as we see Tidal Disruption still trying to get something going here. I mean, it's been Sonora almost all game long. I want to say that, but at the same time, we've gotten so many of these neutral fights here where people aren't even on the tower. We're starting to play a game of team deathmatch, but with how much trades and how much pick swapping we've been doing so far, it's almost no surprise that we've just seen 2 checkpoints come out, 1 from each team. So Choi here with the Kraken yet again, trying to get a few picks in. But here it is again, another double from Sonora to Tidal Disruption, going 3 players down now. Sonora has another opportunity to move up.
Absolutely. And finally, just a little bit of calm, it seems, like in terms of fights in mid, as Tidal Disruption is the one that is coming out of their spawn, trying to stop this tower from adding more points to the board. Numbers stay even. Rosie trying to make a play, gets a trade there with Mr. Mew, and now it is going to be Tidal Disruption back in control of this tower. A couple of nice picks there as well that will allow this tower to reel back all the way towards mid, but he had all the way behind, now going to get picked off as well. Teams staggering once again, clean up on aisle 2, 5, and 7, Nito. This is going to be a massive team fight here that could change the tides of this game.
And Sonora is winning it somehow. T-Tech come in with the triple. Are you kidding me? Sonora has enough clips here to make a whole highlight montage eventually. But 30 seconds left on the clock. Sonora with the play of the weekend here. And I'm going to say that many more times, I believe. But Sonora currently stealing the show here as they get themselves back up in enemy territory. Gonna have to abandon that push, but It's now Tidal Disruption's time to make a one more push yet again.
They're gonna have one shot at it. 10 seconds to go until possible overtime. But everyone just cluttering around this tower, and that's gonna be 3 and down. They do get the lead though, Nito. Wait, they actually got it by 1 point.
No.
They got the delayed wipe as well. Rosie with the Zuka just gonna camp this. They've got to take this halfway across the map now, and everyone just quickly trying to build up specials. They need to find a way to rush that slosher, because if that slosher builds up the trip strikes, it is over. And that is going to do it. Tidal Disruption comes up big in the 11th hour to win this game and the set in a thrilling best of 3.
Okay, so that first game was a complete lie. These two teams just lied to me. I saw a complete sweep in game 1, and all of a sudden we have two other games going into overtime, and I was like, huh? This looks nothing like what I saw just a while ago. And now we're getting two teams battling for their lives as though this is grand finals already. But my goodness, not enough can be said about Tidal Disruption that actually sneaks it by. This time comes back from that Rainmaker Museum game and says, you know what, you are not sneaking one past us this time.
Oh, I mean, first of all, I love to be proven right. I'm sorry, but Splatzone's Barty just... I am Splatzone's Barty's #1 hater, just like you are TZS's #1 hater, Nito.
You already know.
So that's all I'm saying. But yeah, it's such a snowballing map mode. I like most of the time it just takes one team to get a 2-3 down situation and it's over. So that's what we saw there in game #1. But yeah, in reality, these two teams are super closely matched. And we got an absolute show in game 2 and game 3 that really came down to a single point on either end with last second plays. Like these games were won and lost in the last like 10-15 seconds.
These are also two teams that, again, were 5th and 6th in their respective group, or in their same group, so this was already close to begin with. It's no surprise that the last two games ended in overtime, but ultimately Tidal Disruption moves on. They're going to be facing Forja de la Camalidad, and then Sonora dropping down to this bracket. They'll be facing non-binary Fuss later on. Lots of sets to look forward to. We are still awaiting the winner from FlipSide and :4 to move on to round 2, but if this is just round 1, I think we're in for a special low ink this month. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, yeah. Hopefully all of the stream matches continue to live up to the hype that Tidal versus Sonora has set for us, because that was a very special show there. But so far we are seeing that all of the higher seeds are winning out their matches so far. So maybe the scriptwriters have cooked here and have really established a bracket to be predictable to start. A good show, but predictable results so far.
I mean, it's a pretty good script. It does bring up viewership. I know, we've doing pretty good in terms of viewership right now, so I think the script's working out well. Shoutouts to the IPL scriptwriters. Y'all know who you are. It's not me, I think.
I was gonna say, if Nito, you got to play it up a little bit. You have to be saying things like, we've got to look at the script and this ending, most dramatic finish yet, and you do not want to miss anything. Like you've got to play it up a little bit. Like be like the Bachelor, Bachelorette. Most dramatic low ink yet.
The winner of this set after we return, and then it's just some like random commercial unrelated to the show you're watching. But I don't know. It looks predictable, but funny enough, there are only 2 sets right now that have ended in 2-1 so far. So in terms of predictability, we're doing fairly well, actually. I mean, there's only 2 2-1s. So as long as FlipSide and :4 ends a 2-0, we're fine. I think in terms of the script, we're fine. Good job, low-ink script writers. That's definitely not me.
Exactly. So it should be a lot of fun. So it is gonna just kind of hint a little bit on FlipSide versus :4, which is certainly a name. I feel like I'm missing like a reference or something, but
well, if you type in :3, it's like it's the face.
Oh, okay, I see. So
hold on.
So they're basically saying if :3 was so good, why haven't they made it :4?
Wait, what does :4 mean? Actually, I just typed it in. What is it?
Does :4 actually mean something?
Can you do a lowercase 4? No, wait.
What do you mean a lowercase 4?
What did I mean?
Like, I mean, like, is this like Durf from iCarly? Like, I mean, you.
That's your name.
It is my name.
Oh.
But that is not where my name comes from, of course. But you are more than welcome to say that it is Durf. I don't know. All the pronunciations are fun, but
the DJRF sounds close enough. In
the meantime, I'm gonna be looking for that lowercase 4 on my keyboard.
No. See. Here's the thing. I thought. When you type in :3, for some reason, I thought 3 was a letter. So I thought you could. So I was thinking in terms of uppercase 4 for some unknown reason, unknown to me. So I thought, well, why don't I just type in lowercase 4? And then I tried to type in lowercase 4, and I thought, oh my god, I'm so off. There's no lowercase. Don't type in !Mike. I don't want to be called out for this on Twitter. Don't do that.
Hey, I just want it to be known if you're typing that !Mike to figure out what two idiots are on the mic, Nino's the one that's insisting there is a lowercase 4. So DRF, cool as a cucumber.
Okay, it's let's recover from what I just did to myself a while back because I broke my own head actually. I don't know how that works. I just it just happened.
Oh, see, and
but
TZS wins this battle against our #1 hater.
God damn it. Gosh. Okay. See, this is not the type of battle I was anticipating. I wasn't prepared for this battle. So actually, I didn't lose. Why is this music playing, actually?
I cannot hear any music, so I don't know. That's... Oh. Okay, I turned up the audio. Oh, thank you, Ellie.
This is like the SpongeBob music that plays when Patrick's doing something really dumb, and I feel like Patrick now. TCS's #1 fan is apparently in charge of this event. I'm going to be obliterated by the end of this.
Oh yeah, no, that's see, Hoenn has given me full clearance in DMs to basically make TZS's biggest hater, Nito, who is on low-ink staff, give him a fun time, and TZS's biggest fan being the low-ink head TO. There is a new rule in the rule set saying that Nito cannot hate on TZS. So I get to have a little bit of fun here. At unfortunately Nito's expense. But
I don't like how this sounds. Time out. Hey, FlipSide won against :4, so that means we're getting a set soon, and that means I can run.
Nito is gonna be saved by the bell that is FlipSide. Although I'm sure he's wishing that FlipSide could have played their set just a smidge faster.
Faster! Scheming weasel faster!
Well,
hold on. Is there a slowed plus reverb version of this?
Well, we'll look for it in the background to see what other edits there are of this music. I don't even know what this song is called. I'm gonna be real. It's one of those things you always hear, but like you just don't know the name of. It's what is it? Scheming Weasel. Okay, I have never known that was the title of this, but that makes a lot of sense.
This was like on top of the charts whenever we had constant Minecraft montages. So I'm glad it's still getting some views out of it.
Oh, okay. Wait, now we're vibing.
What's going on here? Hold on.
FlipSide versus Inkbound is getting like a whole like DJ set right now, which I can totally go with.
I'm okay with that. You know what, FlipSide and Inkbound, welcome to round 2. We have a in-house DJ playing for y'all, actually. So that's a pretty good segue, actually, into round 2, and a segue away from everything I have said within the last 10 minutes. So,
Lowercase 4 is gonna be a banger pickup name next Low Ink.
Oh God, I'm gonna be made into a pickup name.
Hey, I think that's really a very high honor. Like, you just have to hope that they perform well, unless you don't want them to. I mean, you know, that's up to you whether you want to cheer for them or not.
No. See, if you're making a pickup name out of me, you gotta just go for gold at this point. Like, I got my full support behind you. I'll even coach for you. No, nothing's guaranteeing that it's gonna be good coaching, but I might coach for you. But the good news is that 1, we did find a slowed plus reverb version of Scheming Weasel, and 2, FlipSide and Inkbound is your next match. They're coming off of I believe that it's 2-0 wins. I'm gonna have to.
Inkbound won 2-1 against Inkception. So the battle of the ink names. So I'm like dancing over here, and you were making fun of my dance moves at Riptide.
No, I wasn't.
Those were the dance moves that turned the tide of a set. Is all I am saying. So
yes, and I admitted that I
could channel some of that energy here for
I
another banger
on
set.
That I wasn't familiar with your game. I felt like that was enough. We will now prove on to the first map mode combination of this set, which is Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. It's certainly not Barnacle.
It absolutely is not, and thank goodness. Splat Zone Hagglefish can be another lockout-heavy map, but with this one, especially with the specials that get built up as you come out of spawn, you do get a fair bit of land to work with to try to build up those specials. It is a little bit easier to find those retake opportunities. So anticipate a high-scoring game between these two squads, but it will be a bit more back and forth nonetheless. So this one could certainly come down to the wire, but it will be high scores early on, definitely. No,
after what we just saw, I wonder how FlipSide and Inkbound rebound us after that, because we're coming off of honestly one of the closest 2-1 sets I've seen in this weekend so far, but FlipSide gets a 2-0 win against Colon 4. Inkbound gets a 2-1 win against Inception. I'm wanting to see. I love game ones because now we get to see what both of these teams bring out. Both of these teams know what map mode's gonna start it off, so they already have a plan of what's coming next, and we're gonna see what this plan is really soon. I just noticed that Gogeta's in this game, so that's really surprising to me. But we have a roller coming out in a 52 gal deco from the side of FlipSide and Inkbound coming out with the Stamper and a Splash.
Okay, these are a couple of fun compositions. So the 52 deco with that splatter color screen, the roller, a couple of weapons that you just don't get to see a whole lot of here, but I am excited to see now, as we do see Crab going to be coming out as well on the side of Inkbound. At the vanilla Splash is another weapon that is kind of just slowly faded out. But this should be pretty fun nonetheless, as these teams are just going to dive on into each other, and it is a massive 5 down on the board. Wow, what a clash early on.
The Chosen One proving why they're the Chosen One, taking out a few players in that starting triple against Inkbound. FlipSide has control of the zone. How long does it last? We're gonna find out real soon. Here's Aloha with the Ultra Stamp pick there. Can they take control of the zone here? They do have the numbers advantage, but there's some trip strikes to slow it down. Inkbound should have enough to retake here. Will they retake it though? We're gonna find out, because FlipSide is gonna have lots of resistance here. Already one player down from each side, but Inkbound's gonna hold on to the zone for now.
And they're looking to flip this lead, as Larry is gonna be able to get that pick there. 2 down on the side of FlipSide, and this lead is going to flip as Kazame is going to be getting a couple of strikes out there, not able to find anything. They do go down, and this is Inkbound moving up. They're in such an aggressive position now. If they can find a couple of picks here, they might be able to lock this one out, but nonetheless, FlipSide quickly trying to build some specials here to get back into this zone, and this bubble's going to come up massive, but they do lose 2.
And Inkbound still holds on to control here, even though 2 of these specials have come out. We've seen the screen come out and the bubbler as well. Cherubi's here, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Who knows? We'll probably get corrected on that later. But the pencil here on the side of FlipSide, trying to help out with the paint, actually does pretty well helping out with the paint. That should be enough for FlipSide to retake control of the zone. They will clear out those penalty points very quickly here, and should get back to work here.
Yes, and they will get through this penalty fairly quickly, as they are trying to move up just a bit here, trying to contest that crab, but not going to be able to get the angle to bust through that armor. And now this zone's going to hit neutral, as the Gal, I believe that is flanking here just a bit, but not able to get Larry Butts to go down, which... I realize as I said, I'm like, that is a funky name, but nonetheless, Inkbound is going to get back control of this zone, and FlipSide once again trying to make something happen on the back front.
Inkbound now still holding on to control here, as he said. Inkzuka actually starting to come out. The Chosen One! Can he be the Chosen One here? Unfortunately not. It's going to be Larry Butts who continues to hold on to control of the zone there. And to help with control of the zone there. A little duel there on the side alley, as Inkbound still holds on to control. Maybe not for long here, as Inkbound or FlipSide starting to mount a comeback. Can he do it in time? 7 ticks remaining for Inkbound. FlipSide gets control of the zone and puts some penalty points on Inkbound to slow things down here.
Yeah, and Inkbound now trying to work through that massive penalty again, trying to see if they could start to close out this game. They have a couple specials to work with, but FlipSide has the numbers now. Kazame gonna throw all the ink strikes onto the side there to see if they could weed out whoever was on the side, but no, not gonna be able to do so. And the massive team fight now just happening in that left alley. They finally clear everybody out, and FlipSide is gonna have an opportunity to close this gap. Inkbound needs to build up some specials, and they do have some time to work with though, Nito, but they're gonna have to make a play happen here pretty soon.
Yes, they will, especially with FlipSide starting to close the gap here. It's so close, 22 ticks remaining, but Inkbound holding on to or contesting his zone at least. The screen comes out, the cooler comes out for FlipSide. This is FlipSide's time to shine here. Jared Savita there with 1 pick. Maybe another one. Not another one. Larry Butts, they're able to win that fight. But Inkbound now retake control of the zone. 15 seconds left to go. FlipSide needs to mount yet another comeback if they want to get control of the zone. But Chosen One may have been the one there with 2 picks on the zone. Can this be enough for FlipSide to retake it? Probably will. Let me see what these tri-strikes can do about it. It's going to be close. We're going down the last few seconds. Then you take it.
Oh, and we will get overtime. We're trying to get a pick here, and yes! What a play right at the end to flip that zone in a hurry. So Inkbound is going to take game number 1 in this round 2 set.
Well, alright. I mean, this game went into overtime, so I think our track record is going to stay mighty clean here. We're doing pretty good on overtime sets, just save for that first set, but... what is... Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, I thought...
This music! It sounds like we're doing a tutorial video.
Yeah, like we could just start typing on the screen like, welcome to my tutorial video on how to flip a zone in overtime.
Club Penguin free memberships, no hack, no virus, 2012. No, not yeah. That's the type of video. Oh my god.
Oh, this is great.
This is great. This is great. This is great. It's awesome.
Well, nonetheless, Inkbound does claim game number 1. So we will be awaiting the counter pick from FlipSide to see what direction they're going to want to go with. So Splatoon Hacklefish, I don't think was a bad game for them at all. You know, I think this is one of the things that your first counter pick, I would really just try to make the decision based off of what you're more comfortable with. At the end of the day, your counter pick should be something that you are, feeling good about. Ideally, you want to pick something that the other team, you really want to kind of stifle their compositions and pick a map mode that's going to be really difficult for them to, keep using that same composition. You want them to kind of go to their pocket weapons and see if that's something you can make them uncomfortable with. So Rainmaker Crab Leg, though, I think is something that FlipSide is looking at and saying, hey, this is something that we feel okay about, not necessarily something that's going to completely counter Inkbound, but nonetheless, that's going to be the choice, and I think that that's going to be a safe choice from them nonetheless.
I mean, I see this one. I can see why. Because you already had a crab player or a crab tank on the side of Inkbound, so FlipSide saying, all right, if you put that crab on the grates, we're gonna kerplode it instantly. And I think that's part of what's going on here. We're gonna see what the rest of it is as we get into game 2. Rainmaker on Crab Leg at Capital. We're gonna see what both of these teams come out with. There's a Flingzo Roller coming out from FlipSide and Inkbound. We have a custom Hydra. Okay.
I don't know the last time I have really seen a Hydra.
Hey, someone's dead. DC,
no.
sorry.
All right, for the record, I believe that was Kazame that DC'd. And I know Kazame from the UCSD esports team. I believe it's Moving Weekend. So, I'm just saying, I think this is a case of the university Wi-Fi.
Wait, Moving Weekend this late in September?
Quarter system.
Quarter
system.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so they're like, the quarter system schools don't start until like next week. I believe they usually start on like the last Thursday of September, but they don't finish their school year until like mid-June.
Okay.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day, chat.
Yeah.
Unless you're in that quarter system.
I lived on that system for 4 years. It's nice having a little extended summer, but then like you just go like espresso mode once you hit mid-May, and you're like, damn, like you're like Squidward looking out the window at SpongeBob and Patrick running and like having fun and stuff. But then you hit September and you're like, and you're the one that's having fun.
All right, Rainmaker Crab Leg Part 2 on your way very soon here. Obviously not going to be many changes in the compositions. Still seeing that custom Hydra. I wonder what's going on with the custom Hydra. That's going to be the one with ink mines and the screen.
Yeah, they are really insistent on, bringing screen out in this set, and I'm kind of for it. Both these teams are comfortable with that special. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do with it. And screen does actually, I think, really have a place here on Crab Leg in particular, because a lot of those pathways that you're going to be running the Rainmaker through, that screen can block the entire path and make it really difficult to put up a defensive front.
And you know what? I do like the Hydra pick as well. I'm a member of the Grillers. I am a fan of the often mentioned Hydra Crimes, so we're going to see how those come into play here as Larry Butts takes control of the Rainmaker first. Does go down almost immediately, but Kiko going to be forced back up here. Already under a bit of pressure from Kazuma here, but Kiko still able to stay alive and try to put some pressure on FlipSide.
Yes, so early on, these two teams, just a bit of back and forth. No one really making any big plays quite yet, but Cosme's going to come up with a massive pick there. this should enable the checkpoint to be taken down, and yes, it does. But there's probably not going to be much follow-up here, although the sprinkler, I think, might have actually come in clutch there to preserve some life. And now it still will be Inkbound taking control of this Rainmaker and of mid. A couple of specials online as well that are going to be activated here. Larry with a couple Zuka shots, not going to be able to find any value. But nonetheless, this does open things up just a little bit for Inkbound as they find a couple of picks. And no, that's going to be the Rainmaker going down as well.
Oh my goodness, here we go. This got a fight now. We've got a game now as Gogeta takes control. Actually, does take the Rainmaker there. Does go down almost immediately. But FlipSide and Inkbound, both of these teams have been fighting for a neutral battle. You still see some of it right now, but we're also starting to see both of these teams come out with some more pushes and some more cohesion out of these pushes. You start to see some special coordination. Gogeta gonna take a Rainmaker yet again, does go down immediately. Once again, Javita there trying to pop some killer whales. A stamp actually almost comes out there too, but there's a trade that prevents that.
Yeah, a very low-scoring game as we approach the halfway mark of this game, and these two squads still trying to make a play happen beyond the checkpoints. It looks like we might be seeing the Rainmaker swing left as that pathway was entirely left unchecked by FlipSide. So now it is just the 52 gal that is trying to prevent this Rainmaker from being popped by Inkbound, and they're going to be able to do so. So it is effectively a tied game right now. FlipSide with a 1-point advantage for getting their checkpoint first. So it's very close game, Nito.
Very close game indeed. It's 62-61, so even on paper, it's still very close. But FlipSide and Inkbound, I say there was a bit of cohesion there. Maybe I lied because we're still seeing those fights take place just about everywhere and everywhere on the maps, as Kiko here with the Hydra trying to get something going. Does have the screen ready, so we might be seeing more of that soon. Yes, we do. This, I believe, is a part where Inkbound starts to make a push of their own, but Chosen One already lurking under the grates, trying to get something going here, but Chosen One goes down. Aloha able to take a few. Actually, Aloha and Gogeta there working together for a pick. Can we see that Rainmaker push even further here? And possibly so, as Aloha picks the Ultra Stamp, swings it across, does get the lead here. Inkbound now ahead.
Oh, and those strip strikes coming in clutch to stop this push in its tracks, but it's not gonna stop it. It's only gonna stall it, as both members of Inkbound are still there right around the Rainmaker. This wall gonna come in and try to provide some sort of barrier. Also, the splatter color screen as well, just trying to create some separation between Inkbound and that Rainmaker, but FlipSide can't seem to get this Rainmaker out of their grates.
Absolutely not. FlipSide still. It's weird because Inkbound has the lead, but it's not like FlipSide is giving it to them so easily. It's FlipSide has been, and maybe it's because we've been having a neutral game for so long, but FlipSide just been doing so well with these one individual fights that Inkbound just doesn't have enough to make that push go even further. FlipSide still holding on, or at least now holding on to the Rainmaker. They're going to have one more push as this game will likely head into overtime unless Larry and or Aloha on the other team has anything to say about it, but this game will be going to overtime. There's now two screens sandwiched on one another.
Going screens.
That's a new one.
Yeah, and the Rainmaker is going to get shut down on the rail, and Inkbound will take a commanding 2-0 lead in this set.
Well, would you look at that? This is a funny match because it didn't seem like it just for the numbers alone, but I mean, this entire game, we've just had teams teeing off on one another to the point where it seemed like it was more of a team deathmatch type match rather than here's the Rainmaker, go push it on the other side. It's weird, but I can see it happening. We saw it happen.
I agree with you, Nito, because I think my issue here with FlipSide's last possession of this Rainmaker, like I don't know if you noticed it, but they just were not popping the Rainmaker barrier. They let it sit there and burned about 30 seconds of clock in the last minute by not popping that barrier. They weren't going to get a reset or anything. They were going to have to play it from that position on grates. And yes, that is going to be a little bit safer because it's a little bit closer to spawn, but you're going to have to go so much further as well. And you're kind of forced to play back a little bit because it seemed like they were scared of a possible flank out of Inkbound. So I just wasn't quite sure what FlipSide was hoping to accomplish. And they're going to go ahead and stick with Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, which is a very bold choice here, but one that they seem that they feel like Rainmaker is their best mode, and that was simply a fluke. So I think, you know, a couple of just macro adjustments here, and I think that FlipSide can start to get on the board. But they're gonna really have to talk this out as a team and say, hey, you know, what strategy-wise could we have done a little bit different? Because I think mechanically they did just fine.
You know what? Don't even talk about it. Doubt is the enemy. Send a Rainmaker every chance you have and just see what happens. And part of me is saying that as a joke, and part of me is saying, like, if you want to find out how to push that Rainmaker, you're just going to have to push it and find out. I'm be honest, because, like you said, FlipSide is just, they're not as quick on the Rainmaker as one would like. So FlipSide just needs to start pushing it endlessly and seeing what sticks and what doesn't. But if there's any time to do it, it definitely has to be now, because Inkbound is now up 2-0, and now there's a sploosh on the other. There is a sploosh on the other side. Okay.
Yeah, the classic sploosh hammer combo on Rainmaker. This is always a ton of fun whenever you get to these opportunities. But we are also seeing Inkbound bring out the Carbon Deco as well. So another fun choice that's going to be flicking across these ledges. They are going to get the trade between the Sploosh and the Carbon, the two weapons that have been intriguing us here the most, Nito.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Carbon Deco at least makes sense. Or, I mean, the Sploosh will eventually make sense to me at some point in my life, but the Carbon Deco makes sense. There's a lot of ledges for you to work around with, so that Carbon pick makes sense. Here's Inkbound now getting a few picks with this crab tank. I'm still wondering what FlipSide's got planned in store, because they've already made it to the pedestal. They haven't cleared it yet, but Chosen One has been playing this sort of, I want to say, a skirmisher type role throughout this whole set. Went first with the roller, and now we're going to see with the Sploosh. So I want to see how they use Chosen One when Chosen One's not down.
Yeah, absolutely. This is reset, neutral state of the game here. FlipSide did get that early push, but neither team really in a position to make a move quite yet, as they are 2 down on either side, trying to get jump-ins for their teammates. This is just a long-range team fight right now. Really trying to rely on some of these specials to get a couple of picks from further away. And now we do see, actually, it is going to be Gogeta that's going to be making a move forward on the tails of that Zuka, but nonetheless, it is just another massive team fight, another massive ink bath here. And finally, we will see FlipSide pick up this Rainmaker, only the second Rainmaker possession of this game as we approach 2 minutes in. And will they get the checkpoint? No! Aloha! Telling Gogeta, not on my watch. We will go ahead and keep it here once again.
I'm starting to think, just because you said that was either the second or the third Rainmaker possession of the game, the Rainmaker is starting to become a bit of a side quest here.
It kind of is.
But you know what? I'm all for the just like seeing how many picks we can get and just finding out there. So Inkbound currently holding the lead. It was in these last 30 seconds, but if Inkbound can just grab the Rainmaker and see how far they can go with it, because so far nothing has manifested yet from their end, and it likely won't within these next 30 seconds because they've already got one pick down. They've got a few players down, one on each side, but Kiko here might be getting another one. Does back out with that heavy edit, and we're still looking for another Rainmaker possession here.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild the way that these teams are playing right now, but it makes it so much fun, and it's a 1v1. Chosen One just sharking right now, waiting to see if they can find anything. and they know that the sploosh is sharking there. They finally call it out, can't get out in time, but it's another team fight in the left zone area. This Rainmaker is so lonely, waiting for somebody to call them over to dance at the prom, but nobody wants to dance with this Rainmaker, Nito.
How long have both of these teams spent around the Rainmaker? Okay, no, now Inkbound has possession of the Rainmaker. Now they have control here. Gogeta's going to try to make a move down the left side. They've got at least 1 point on the board, so that's a good start for Inkbound, but we're down to almost a minute to go. FlipSide currently holding on to the lead. Because I said that, I almost kind of hope I'm Commentators cursed here, but FlipSide currently, or actually now has control of the Rainmaker here.
Yes, they do. No checkpoints have been cleared as we enter the final minute of this game. Larry making a rush of the Rainmaker is able to trade out once again, and that is going to keep that Rainmaker in a great spot for Inkbound, actually, as they're going to get instant points just from touching the Rainmaker. 45 seconds to play. They need to get to a checkpoint. Whoever clears the checkpoint is going to win this game, as Chosen One is once again going to pick off the Rainmaker with the hammer. And Nito, this is exactly why you bring out the sploosh with hammer.
Oh, and there's another hammer coming out from Inkbound. Does take out Chosen One. Aloha now, responding with a hammer of their own. Inkbound is so close, but they go 2 players down here. Inkbound is so close to getting it just a bit further here. I mean, can they get it a bit further is going to be the next question. Kiko gets 1 pick on his launcher, 10 seconds to go. Inkbound needs to pick this up to get 1 push in overtime, and it might just be one of them that picks it up. Aloha picks it up, and now it's all up to Inkbound, who goes down. FlipSide takes game 3.
What a wild game 3 that was, Nito. If I counted correctly, there were a total of 6 Rainmaker possessions, which is definitely a little on the low side. We definitely got a bigger increase there at the end as both teams started to scramble to get points on the board and just try to make plays happen. From a high-level perspective, you know, you really got to respect these teams for wanting to make the plays before just willy-nilly picking up the Rainmaker. But it just almost seemed like they were a little bit scared to. I mean, like, the Rainmaker is a massive, just special weapon. So I would have liked to see both teams just, you know, take ownership of those pushes a little bit more. But nonetheless, it created for a really fun and dynamic game nonetheless.
This is why I say it's a weird game, because both of these teams have an idea of what it takes to start a push, so it's not like it's completely like they're pulling these pushes out of thin air. They know what it takes to get a solid Rainmaker push going.
Yes.
But it's also not like those have manifested so much so far, just because they're not playing fast enough for it.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I think that, you know, they just had to play a little bit faster there. And, you know, you don't need to be so perfect in the setup for a Rainmaker push. But nonetheless, we will go ahead and see Tower Control Mako Mart as the counter pick here, which I think should be a lot of fun. You know, with the tower objective going at a set pace, I think you will see these teams rally a little bit more around the objective. And I think this is going to allow them to play a little bit faster on both sides, which is something that I think they both, you know, Nito, we're saying that we want to see out of them. So especially with Mako Mart coming in, I do think that Carbon Decker will probably stick around as well, because that just will do wonders here. And I definitely anticipate Cosme sticking with that vanilla slosher, because those trip strikes are gonna come in handy.
Indeed, and we see the okay. So there's the new Luna Blaster Neo, which means they get to keep that. They get to keep this Ultra Stamp, but they also have some Fizzy Bomb, so that means more bomb pressure. I like that. That means FlipSide even if they are playing a little passive, that means that Fizzy Bomb can still provide lots of pressure for Inkbound. So I think maybe they're starting to address these issues a little bit more, but still keeping the same things that have made this team work so far. So I like what FlipSide's got coming out. We're going to see if this works out as we get to the first 30 seconds of the match. Inkbound has the first take on the tower, but it's not going to last long, or that lead's not going to last long as FlipSide takes the lead.
Yeah, and this first checkpoint looks like it's going to go largely unchecked, as I believe Chosen One might have gotten a Fizzy Bomb kill as well. So first checkpoint is down for FlipSide, and they are on the road here to a massive opening push. Gonna stop this tower at about 50 points remaining, trying to wait out that crab, a smart choice. But now they're gonna go ahead and dive this tower, get a few more points on the board. Last two members standing gonna have to reel back just a little bit, try to reestablish some position in mid, try not to give up as much map as possible. And now that will be the end of the push. Everyone from FlipSide coming out of spawn, and Inkbound is resetting this tower, trying to find some open pathways here on the right-hand side on the tails of that hammer.
Absolutely, as we see Inkbound possibly get a tower push going. We did see someone on the tower earlier, but they are ultimately going to decide against it. But now they have a numbers advantage. We might see more, but Gogeta goes down. As I say that, Cosme also goes down as well. There goes 3 players going down for FlipSide. Inkbound currently holding a numbers advantage, but they are going up against almost all yellow going into that first checkpoint, so it's going to be a little difficult for them. But Atsuka's certainly going to help out. There's already 2 players going down for FlipSide. Can we see a few more? We may well see some more soon enough. Inkbound still holding on and getting themselves closer to that second checkpoint. Or not.
Yes, they do. Oh, yeah, I was going to say. A little bit of commentators curse, but they were in a great position there nonetheless. They cleared the first checkpoint, which really is one of the main things you can ask for in your first push. We do again approach the halfway mark of this game, and it's FlipSide that stays in the driver's seat. A big fight here as 3 members go down FlipSide, 2 down on the side of Inkbound. Oh, and the Gal comes up with another big pick to keep this tower in FlipSide's possession. They're actually going to add points to the board despite being at a numbers disadvantage. And Cosme has the trip strikes ready. The moment they let these fly, they're going to be in a great position. But Cosme's going to hold on to them and is just going to rely on the slosher. And they get the wipeout. What a bold move there by Cosme.
I love it. I love the work that FlipSide's putting in. Now everyone's dogpiling on the tower, but ultimately Inkbound comes away with it, saving themselves, stopping the bleed here. But FlipSide has gone so far in enemy territory. I have to admit, I think this is the first time this whole set that score has gone past 20 remaining.
No, Hagglefish was a very high-scoring game. That's just the nature of Hagglefish zones. But I certainly agree with you that this is a massive difference from Game 2 and Game 3, where these team fights are just turning the tides of this game. It's coming down to a couple of hero plays too, but that's been the definition of this match so far, is the explosive team fights between these 2 squads that really make or break a push. And now these 2 squads again just continuing to add points to the board. Tower reeling back towards mid, but Inkbound trying to keep it in an aggressive position to see if they could keep some sort of push going. But again, a massive bloodbath between these 2 teams. Nito did delivering time and time again on these team fights.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't end. Here comes Aloha with another pick. Gavito going down. Both of these teams now 2 players down. And it looks like we're back to where we started here. Just neither team having control of the tower yet, but we're seeing so much happen around the tower that at this point we may just have to focus on the players alone. But my goodness, so you have 20 seconds left on the clock. FlipSide still holding on to control. The team holding on to control there, and you see Hillary Buzz getting a nice pick with that Zuka. Inkbound's gonna may have one more opportunity here to take control of the game. 10 seconds on the clock. If they can keep control of the tower, this game's gonna certainly go into overtime. 5 seconds left. No big contest here from Inkbound or from FlipSide yet as we go into overtime.
Cosme needs to build up those specials quickly. Oh, but they get one. No, not gonna find Thinky there. Aloha pops the hammer, but is gonna get shut down, and FlipSide ties up this set at 2 games apiece.
And we're back at Game 5. It's already happened once. It's going to happen again. We're going to hold distance here as we... I think this is... Right now, it's the only game that's gone to a Game 5. I should point that out because 2 Goober 2 Dash beat Blackout's Brother in about 3-0. SGMA on Earth beats Royalty 3-0. We're still waiting the results from Fuja de la Calmaridad and Tidal Disruption, but... This is, once again, the only one of the sets to go to a Game 5, so we're having a fun time. It's been fun.
We are having a fantastic time, Nino. I mean, and what a way for that game to end with just another big team fight. I don't know. This is where, like, if I had webcams, I would beg, please switch to webcam so I could stare into the camera and make my plea. Nintendo, please let us see the KAs. Please. And if there is another update that you ever push to this game, or in Splatoon 4, let the spectators see the KAs, because I feel like everybody was dropping 20 bombs there. Like, that... There was not a moment in which 2 people went down. Like, it was just... explosive fireworks. Please. And I need the stats. Please, Nintendo.
I know how to send a message to him. Nintendo, please give us a poll in the middle of the map that shows everybody's KAs.
Please.
Just a poll,
like,
and
just put it back on the top. Put it back on the top. You know, with the special counter, like, just put the KA there again. Like,
no, put a poll in the middle of Wahoo
like,
World with the KA on it.
I need the numbers, because, like, damn, like, that was such... These games are wild. Like you're saying, you know, like, sometimes it feels like it's a team deathmatch, and I need the numbers to just completely quantify this.
Please put a poll in the middle of every map that shows every player's KAs, but only on that poll. If you just look anywhere else, good luck.
On that poll. Did you know that Wahoo has a timer?
Did you know that Wahoo does? I did not know that. Oh, what was that? Oh god. I don't know how we just have like a whole soundboard to ourselves full of sounds. I don't know how to explain it. There's a cat apparently in the room.
Although I don't know if we have something that's like you know, like a little bit more like to set the mood of like Game 5. You know, the stakes, they're present, and these 2 teams are in for one more legendary battle. We are headed over to play some Robo Ramen Clam Blitz. Taking a look at these compositions, Nito, we have a couple of adjustments.
Welcome back, Splat Roller from Chosen One. And notably, they don't have a hammer this time, so that's one thing I like to point out. The other thing is that Inkbound did make a sub in, so we now see a decavitator coming out from Inkbound, as well as a vanilla a custom blaster, not a custom range, just a custom blaster. I know we've seen custom range here earlier, but I'm gonna keep the custom normal range, normal distance blaster.
Yeah, and notably, like we were saying, Tetra coming in as the closer for Inkbound, seeing if this is the secret formula for them to try and close out this set. But it is early on, once again, these 2 teams just clashing, not able to find any movement towards the objective, dueling bubbles right on top of each other as well. These 2 teams once again are just gonna engage in a massive team fight. Inkbound gains the upper hand though, and they do not have the clam economy behind them to get a push going though.
No, you don't. They just have 8 clams, which is enough for a power clam, but nothing to follow up on that. If they make this push, now Kiko has enough for it. Now Kiko has a power clam. Again, 3 more clams with a few more right there on the side. Chosen One goes down along with the blaster on the side of Inkbound. So now FlipSide is starting to push them back a little until they get wiped out like that. Larry Butts now Now heading the charge there. That includes a pick on Chosen One. 6 clams remaining. Inkbound now holding on to control of the game.
Oh, what an opening push here for Inkbound. Absolutely devastating blow to FlipSide. And they are keeping this push going, piling in a handful more clams. FlipSide just holding on to dear life, trying to keep this basket closed, and they do get it closed now. The jump out there as well from FlipSide. So the damage, though, has already been done. We are now approaching the halfway mark of this game, and Inkbound has a massive lead.
Okay, Inkbound now starting to see I think Inkbound now has an idea of what's going to take to get themselves towards the lead. They just need to be relentlessly aggressive as they were in that first stop, or in that first play, and they're still that aggressive. I mean, they're already back in enemy territory after these few wipeouts. Tetra getting a few more picks on the board. Kiko here ready for another power clam, does get it, but goes down to what I believe was a curling bomb, but they do get the power clam and nothing to follow up with it though.
No follow-up, so it will be FlipSide that picks up that pity clam. They will get the extra pity clam as well. Time to see if they can make a play happen here. Trip strikes at the ready. See if they can try to retake mid. They're just gonna have to take this a little bit at a time. They need to move up with these specials as they start putting them into play. Try to get a couple of picks as well. Blaster going down. A great start there for FlipSide to start turning things. They need to find one more pick on top of it. Tetra is gonna go down as well. Seeing if they can find another one. The screen comes out, slowly moving up. FlipSide making an aggressive move here. Able to find one, looking for the second one. Yes, they do. FlipSide trying to flip the tides of this game, Nito.
And we are so close to FlipSide getting towards that clam basket. Only about a minute to go, so these last 4 minutes have gone by really fast. I do have to point that out, but FlipSide now has the opportunity to get themselves going, and now they have these trip strike. They have the tacticaler. This should be enough to get themselves going. Will they get the picks to follow it up on it though? There are already 2 picks going down, 1 on each side. So a little precarious of a spot here for FlipSide. Javito here, watch Javito. They're that close to the screen, gonna try to use it, see if they can. There are already 2 players down, 3 players down. Can we see one more? That should be enough to get things secured for them, and they do to get the wipeout.
Yes, and there's 2 power clams on the board. 30 seconds to play. The bubble gets shredded. Cosme coming in with 4 more clams. They are within 16 points here. They are going to need 6 clams to get back this lead, but they get shut down. But no worries for FlipSide. They still have a power clam to work with. They will get overtime, but they need to stop Inkbound from moving up, and they find 2 picks from people that overextend there.
And now 6 seconds left. This game will go to overtime because they do have the power clam ready. They do have another pick as well. How long will it take? Inkbound has the lead, but FlipSide has now a power clam ready. They have the tactical ready. They have the trip strikes coming out. Cosme now heading to fight, but now 2 players going down. We're already starting to see a little bit of collapse here. It's Inkbound going down. Javito has the lead, has the opportunity for that power clam to jump in. Do we have the clams to follow up on it? Here's 3. Is it enough? Not yet. 48 clams to go, or 48 points to go. Is it enough? Cosme still keeping it going somehow, but they've been wiped out. That could just be enough, and I believe it is. Nobody close to that Rainmaker. Inkbound is going to move on.
Wow. What a game. What a set between FlipSide and Inkbound. And Inkbound will survive the bid for a reverse sweep. They clutched this one out in overtime with a great stop. And Inkbound advances to winners semifinals. Nito, this is the stuff of legends. Like, this is something that you will hear about as you tell your grandkids that you were there for that FlipSide Inkbound set.
Inkbound, if you have if your team members have, if y'all ever have grandkids, I want y'all to show them this set and just tell them, son or daughter, or son, daughter, child, this is where I was years ago. I want you to be here. And maybe it's not Splatoon, but I want you to be in this legendary of a spot fighting for win, obviously. That means Inkbound will be fighting Tidal Disruption in the semifinals, round 3.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. I have, very few words. Let's see. I think we actually do have our next set that's ready really quick here. So we'll probably be pivoting pretty quickly. But nonetheless, I don't know, that set was just so much fun. It was chaotic good, I feel like.
Chaotic good, yes. This is I don't know, I was not expecting the D&D alignment chart mentioned, but I don't know. Regardless, we do have the next set, like we said, ready for y'all. It's gonna be two Goober, two Dash versus SGMA on Earth. I don't know what SGMA is, and I'm afraid to ask, but this is winners semifinals. Both of these teams coming off of, both of these teams coming off of clean sweeps all around. I believe the bottom half of the bracket has just been clean sweeps, actually.
Let's see. I look up SGMA and I get the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
I'm okay with that.
Or it could just be them trying to say Sigma, but in a more sly way.
Fair enough, I suppose. But you know what? I'm all about that groundwater management. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know,
yeah, we'll go with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And on Earth, so they're a very environmentally friendly team.
Stocks go up. But yeah, I mean that's what it means now. Seeing out both of these teams, I know Tormy is a name from Bentic Brigade. There's a lot of names I remember on the side of 2 Goober 2 Dash that have been around the competitive scene for a while. And Zones Mahi is a really funny map that I actually kind of like.
Also, this music's going way too hard right now. So I'm just vibing. So, but you are right. Splat Zones Mahi, a great opening map here. For these two teams to start to feel each other out. The opening minute or so when teams are trying to get to that 60-point remaining mark to get to the better version of the map, I feel like you can't typically read too much into that. It's in a way I feel like one of these teams is just gonna, whoever gets control first will just kind of reach that 60 mark, and then that's when you really get your opportunities to dive back into the zone and try to flip the control back in your favor. So first minute and a half, don't read too much into. It's going to be the last 3 to 4 minutes that's going to really be the focus of this game and set the tone for the rest of this match.
Oh yeah, no, this is it's funny because the last 2 games, the ones we've seen, have been compared to the rest of the set, just because first set was a complete and absolute, it was just cinema. And then the second set is, let's see how high we can get these KD ratios. Third set, I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, we will ultimately find out pretty soon, because these teams have been ready to rock and roll for some time, because I think they were both coming off of 3-0 sets. So hopefully they're both still warm, because I know sometimes you kind of get stuck waiting and you're just like, please hurry up just a little bit, because we do not want to get cold. We want to just stay fresh. So we'll have to see what the vibes are once these teams get in. Make sure that neither of them got too cold. But in a way, if they are both coming off cold, it's gonna make it a little bit even, and it could create for some fun and exciting gameplay.
Right, we're gonna see what fun and exciting gameplay we can spot in this set. We see as the comps come out. Wow, okay. I believe that is actually 2 Goober 2 Dash, the team with the the Rapid Pro Deco and the Paintbrush, and even some Dapples coming out.
Absolutely. Early on, these teams are going to be clashing here, and it will be 2 Goober that gets first control of this zone. The tent making a move, trying to get a lockout started here early on. Oh, bomb gonna be taking out another member though. So Sigma is going to be able. Okay, I thought Sigma was actually gonna be able to flip the tide there, but not really. As they went 3 down, their last member trying to get the neutral of the zone and not gonna find any value there. But we do very quickly get to the better version of this map, and this could also provide Sigma an opportunity to now build up some specials, find a couple more paths back in towards that zone, and try to flip this before it gets too out of hand.
And 2 Goober 2 Dash still holding on. There is going to be an Inkback coming up from this side of the map, and now we see just how good the Dapples can be. A wipeout for 2 Goober 2 Dash as we see that clock or that remaining counter start to go down very quickly here. Here comes the Reef Slider. Is it enough to get something going for 2 Goober 2 Dash? Not enough to SGMA on Earth. Now taking control of the game. They've got some penalty points on 2 Goober 2 Dash.
Yes, so they do stop it right in time. They prevent this from getting completely out of hand. They prevent the knockout. But now they need to come up with a massive response in return. So this will be 2 Goober 2 Dash though, making a move towards that zone. They will go ahead and flip this one in a hurry. The vac is coming out, but the vac cannot stand the decav slash. And 2 Goober 2 Dash though keeps control of this zone. It seems like Sigma just is kind of struggling to come up with once again a response to get back into this zone.
Not that much of a Sigma response coming up from this Sigma team as we see the Inkback try to get something going there. Not enough. Tormy able to get the pick on that Inkback as we see the Slosher attempting something. The Slosher does have those trip strikes. They are going to start using them immediately. They do control the zone. How long will it last? We'll find out as the Slosher attempts a flank route there. Doesn't get anything going there. Only one player left on the side there. I believe that is the Enzap there who gets a pick on, funny enough, pick. But the Enzap now trading a few picks there as well. Still doesn't actually hold on to control the zone, but at least causing some trouble for 2 Goober 2 Dash.
Yeah, they absolutely do. This is going to be a bit of a team fight here, but 2 Goober 2 Dash is actually going to go ahead and just reel back a little bit, keep some of those specials in their possession. Now going to try to make a move with them as they unleash the Killer Whales. Killer Whales does not find any value. They aren't actually able to move up with them either, but the tent does have their special at the ready. They're moving up with them on that far side, it seems. The back gonna get launched, and it will result in a zone flip, I think. Yes, maybe. Hopefully. Nito, save me. I can only hold this for so long.
Come on, Inkback, do something. Inkback goes down, and 2 Goober 2 Dash take control. Coming in for DRF as we find out what actually happened with the zone. Everyone from Sigma on Earth just trying to hold on to control the zone. They did contest it pretty well there, and they actually got one pick right now. But that Slosher coming out with the trip strikes yet again. They actually beat the Slosher and the 96 gal trying to team up for a pick there, but Tormy comes off just fine out of that fight.
Absolutely. We enter the final minute of this game. Numbers are even at this stage. Sigma looking to get out of this penalty, and that they should do as they have the numbers advantage in their favor. It's going to come down to this final push. If Sigma can get the lead back here, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. 2 Goober 2 Dash going to be making a move with the Reef Slider. They're able to force the neutral, but they lose a couple of members in the meantime. It's an even 2v2 situation here, and they know it's going to be 2 Goober 2 Dash that falls down here, but they get a couple of jump hits as well. Wait, this is going to go either way, Nito.
And they're in trouble as they only have the Inkback to defend themselves.
The 1v1!
The decap comes in trying to get something going. The 96 counter goes down. So does somebody else. I believe it was the ends up as well. The decapitator does take the lead. Sigma does take the lead. They take the game here despite the fight that just happened on the zone. Sigma on Earth comes out of that winning the first game of the set.
Wow. What a crazy finish there. I mean, we've just been getting a banger game after a banger game. And these two teams, 2Goober 2 Dash and Sigma on Earth, are just gonna keep this momentum going.
I mean, just what? Just look at it. Infa there gets control of the zone. The decap goes down. We still have the 96 scout that's up, so now he goes down as well. So does the end zap, but now you have 2Goober 2 Dash, who's now 3 players down, and a delayed triple there, a delayed wipe actually for 2Goober 2 Dash, which is something I missed, and something some of the viewers may have missed just because of how quick everything just happened there.
Yeah, it was just a lot of chaos. It came down to a 1v1. Well, I thought it was coming down to that 1v1, but that 1v1 just kind of slowly drifted away from the zone, and it actually came down to the fight between the jump-ins. And ultimately, Sigma on Earth ended up winning that one, which was happening behind the back of that 10th player. So even though the 10th player won that 1v1, it was the fight in the zone that ended up mattering most.
Well, I feel like if we're in for another set that goes the distance, this may be the first time where we've seen 2 commentators take a break in the middle of the set. Maybe not, but probably not. But I mean, goodness, we've already seen enough within the first 2 sets, and now we see the counterpick from 2Goober 2 Dash, Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge, possibly giving themselves more space to work with here, I believe, with this counterpick.
I certainly agree with that, Nito. Try to get a little bit more space. Mahi could be a very tight map, but I think especially here with the tent, that's what they're going to be banking on here. That's where this counter pick is coming from. They want to find an environment for that tent to thrive. And if that tent can get up into an aggressive position on the opposition map, on the opposition ramp, then they are going to be able to build a pathway for those clams to just come in an avalanche.
I really don't know what to expect, and I'm going to say that a lot because I don't know what to expect. Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge. I saw 2Goober 2 Dash come out with the Dapples and an Inkvac, so just judging by the geometry of Clam Blitz, or at least Scorched Gorge rather, judging by the geometry, I feel like that's something they come out with again. At least the Inkvac, the Reef Slider could still work here because it was actually working pretty well as a skirmisher. So I want to see what else they come up with here, because clearly, anytime you make a counter pick, it has to come with something in mind. So I want to see what both of these teams bring to the table.
Absolutely. This set is far from over, as we are getting a very zoomed in intro to this game.
Oh. All right.
Well, let's take a look at these compositions. A couple of adjustments here, notably on the side of 2Goober 2 Dash. We are going to be getting that Rapid Pro Deco and the Dapples making their entrance here as well.
And you see your 2Goober 2 Dash immediately going down. I believe it may have been a decap there. The decap and at least either the head or the squeezer on the side of Sigma on Earth coming together to make those picks happen. But my goodness, a wipeout immediately as the game starts. And we're already off to the races here. 68 remaining for Sigma on Earth as the head starts to pop the tractor cooler. At least guarantees themselves a quick respawn in, which you're going to need because there is a delayed triple on the side of Sigma on Earth. Possibly delayed wipe once his decap goes down, not down yet, but it's going to be fairly close there.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams just clashing early. I'm kind of surprised that Sigma was not able to get more points on the board from that opening push, because that was a wild wipeout that just came together in a flash. But it's gonna be 2Goober 2 Dash that responds with a wipeout of their own, quickly trying to pass around clams. They have 2 power clams at the ready, but the other power clam, they missed the first one. I thought they had it. The second power clam falls behind, and this is a disaster for 2Goober 2 Dash.
Is it though? Because Enva comes in with a double. There's a wipeout for 2Goober 2 Dash. They don't have that other player clam, but they did have at least a super clam from the previous push by Sigma on Earth. So they still have something to respond with here. And here comes the Inkback from Infa. How long will it last until the Slosher starts to prove somewhat of a challenge for 2 Goober to dash? They don't get that power clam in. That's going to be crucial as the basket closes. And 2 Goober 2 dashes push is now over, but they at least bring themselves within striking distance here.
I will happily mostly eat my words on that one, because that was a phenomenal hold by 2 Goober 2 dash to make them. They went from a really good situation to a really bad situation to a pretty okay situation. Ultimately didn't quite get the clam economy that they wanted into the basket, which is unfortunate. And now it's going to be Sigma with a flank here to get more points on the board. A second power clam going to be rolling in as well. They get the jump in, and yes, it is a successful score. 44 points remaining. These two teams are playing some explosive clam blitz right now.
The Deke have nothing to do there. They go down almost. They go down as soon as 2 Goober to dash comes in with a quick response. I did see what I believe is a squeezer there. Starting to prove a challenge there. 2 players, 3 players. Oh, they're all down already. 2 Goober 2 dash. Now the ones to respond. A few more power clams to boot for, a few more clams here to boot for now. 53 remaining. They are now within 3 clams of getting themselves at least within a tie. Can this power clam go in? Does it aim? It's not there. As 2 Goober to dash misses another power clam. That was gonna be the lead changers there, but ultimately Sigma on Earth holds on.
Oh, 2 Goober 2 dash. We're gonna have to practice some field goal kicking after this. Like they're doing such a great job. Like the reason they picked this map mode is for that tent, and that tent has been getting them into such key positions time and time again. They're gonna get another opportunity to score here, and this should result in finally a lead swap. So it took a couple of tries, but they are getting there. And we are seeing exactly why they picked this map mode. It's just taken a couple of efforts to get those power clamps into the basket. But finally, we are seeing 2 Goober 2 dash get their first lead of this game with 4 minutes in.
Yeah, Paintbrush still around the power clam basket there, causing lots of trouble. But the decaps also causing trouble as well. Sigma on Earth now 3 players down to the delayed triple for 2 Goober 2 dash. It's still 2 Goober 2 dash's game here. They still have some power to go. They still have some numbers advantages to boot. 3 clams left for this Inkback, who is all left to their own devices here. As everyone else goes down, it's going to be the decap from the side of Sigma on Earth that stops in and gets another pick there for the Dapple Doolies. But both of these teams still trading picks, as neither team, or at least Sigma on Earth, unable to come with the comeback there.
Sigma, though, on the cusp. They are slowly moving up. If they can just find a couple of picks, but no, it's gonna be Pick with a couple of picks themselves to try and force Sigma back. And they are reeling at this stage, Nito, trying to see if they can get something going in these closing seconds. But it's 2 Goober 2 dash that is too quick for them, and they are gonna try to close this one out. Power clam on the back foot, nobody in position to make this score, as it seems like the decaf is trying to slowly move up as well. They're gonna have to rush this power clam. They do find 2 picks. It's a race to get to the basket, but the power clam carrier goes down. This one should be over. It's gonna be up to the last player tried to get there quickly, but just did not have enough time. And another chaotic game, but this time it's 2 Goober 2 dash on top.
Oh my goodness. That was really scary at the end, especially for 2 Goober 2 dash, because it is a wipeout for Sigma on Earth, and if they had just a little bit more time, that is going to, with how fast Sigma on Earth is, that would have been very, very dangerous. But ultimately, nobody there to respond. It's just the decavitator, I believe, or actually the squeezer there left to pick up the power clamp. No time on the clock, though. That is over. Okay, we're heading into game 3, tied up. Sigma on Earth now left in charge of the counter pick. That
was a game.
Sure was one of the games of all time.
It's the fact that 2 Goober 2 dash just, for some reason, for the life of them, could not get the power clams in the basket. They were like so close every single time. But Nino, I'm gonna need you to help me with the football reference here, in terms of like what team they are most like just could not get a field goal for the life of them, and then ultimately just come up clutch at the very end. We saw the reason why they picked that why they made this counter pick, and it was for that tent, and the tent just continued to get them in. Like, you know, at some point you're gonna shoot so many shots and it will eventually land, and they did get that opportunity.
Michael Jordan, and I know you mentioned football, but Michael Jordan once said, "I've failed 100 times. That is why I succeed." This is why two Goobers succeed. It's not like Sigma on Earth, or not, sorry, two Goobers 2- won despite themselves, because they were playing very, very well. It was just that those clam throws were so unlucky.
Clams. Yeah, you're 100% right. They played so well. It just they could not find the basket. So, which, you know what, they're gonna look at that and be like, yeah, that could have been far worse, but we are still clutching out, and we are simply better.
Those clam throws are like your middle school yearbooks. You look back at them and you're like, maybe middle school went well for you, but you look back at those images of yourself and you're like, ooh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I did.
They had the glow up there right at the end. So I think that they're ultimately very satisfied with how that game went, and they're going to be looking at this as just an opportunity to laugh at themselves a little bit. So it is a tied set. We've got guaranteed 2 more games between these two teams, and we are headed to Rainmaker Museum. That is the counter pick out of Sigma on Earth.
Uh-huh. All right. Okay. So you talked about the tent being so well, and that's why they picked Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Rainmaker Museum, I guess you could make the argument it's still the same objective, but I wonder if those obstacles now, because there's far more than there is in Scorch Gorge, so I wonder if they're doing that as a result of said tent.
I feel like tent still really thrives here.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
I'm a little bit perplexed by the counter pick and the strategy that's going into it. I mean, we probably overlooking something at this moment, because this is a map mode that they're clearly comfortable with, and they think they can best 2 Goober 2- on, despite, you know, a lot of their objective play going to be centered around that tent.
I'll tell you what they're doing. They're going double Zuka and just seeing what they can do just by setting those the sides of the pedestals, because I know they're going to put at least one of them behind the spinner, possibly like on that spot you see on your screen. I already forgot to call out. I'm such a great competitive player, but I don't know. I think maybe that double Zuka thing's a joke. Maybe it's not. I mean, it's meta, right? But I'm still wondering. I'm wondering what Sigma on Earth is deciding on here, because like you said, tent is still going to be very strong here, especially on the ramp, and that ramp is one of the most, like, you watch a competitive Splatoon match, that's where most of it goes down. So we're going to see what both of these teams come up with here. The tent's obviously going to stay. We actually see a Vanilla Nova.
Okay, so they are just going to completely rewrite their playbook coming into game number 3 with that Nova, the Vanilla Decav, the ballpoint. So some very interesting choices. I do really like this ballpoint pick, though, from Sigma on Earth to try to counteract just the almost like kind of Sharky playstyle, especially just playing around this tent again. You know, I think that's going to allow them to get a lot more chip damage and have to worry a little bit less about those barriers.
All right, 2 Goober 2- now in the first possession of the Rainmaker, and they've already gone to that checkpoint. Very quick stuff. Very quick action there, as we see the rest of the players from Sigma on Earth. And we saw, actually, I believe that was the tent, or not the tent, sorry, the Stamper trying to make a move down the side there with a flank. But 2 Goobers 2- still holding on to control there. They pushed it past the pedestal, which means that gives them a few extra points. Will they be trying to make a move with this tent? We're going to find out soon, but that tent's under a lot of trouble. But it's not the tent that picks it up, it's Pick that picks it up. 48 remaining now for 2 Goobers 2-.
And that's exactly why they brought out that ballpoint. that could have gone so much worse if it wasn't for having a special like the Inkjet to just get a little bit of elevation and be able to stop those aggressive pushes led by the ink trail of that Tentebrella. But nonetheless, it will be Sigma that gets back control of this Rainmaker. They will be adding their first points of the game onto the board, and they're looking to get this checkpoint. They're in a great position to do so as they find 3 picks here. So this will be a checkpoint response out of Sigma on Earth.
Sigma on Earth now in control of the game. Can they get the lead? It's looking very convincing here. They do get the lead, but they're going to go 2-3 players down. Well, wipeout for 2 Goober 2 Dash, who is the ball point, I believe, that was carrying that Rainmaker to begin with. But 2 Goober 2 Dash going to go straight back to work. They do have the reslider, so that's going to be a pretty good special for trying to get things started. Nothing there though for that reslider, but they do get the lead. 2 Goober 2 Dash still getting a few more points on the board. 2 players down on each side, and 2 Goober 2 Dash in lots of trouble there. They're gonna ultimately decide to back up, but that is the lead for now.
Yeah, we're just going tit for tat right now between these 2 teams. One team comes up with a push, the other team comes up with a response to get back the lead, vice versa. So it's just back and forth between these 2 squads right now. And it is going to be a very high-scoring game. 2 Goober 2 Dash really relying on these weapons that are leaving trails. I mean, that reslider came up pretty clutch there as well to help just paint a massive path for the Rainmaker to follow along the side of. They didn't follow that trail specifically, but nonetheless, it just created just so much ink for them to work with. And 2 Goober 2 Dash is looking to possibly replicate that here if they can build up some specials. We do see a bit of a flank coming in as well from the Wiper, and they are going to get called out here. They do get the pick on the Rainmaker, but it's only going to be a trade Nito.
Oh, this is so scary. I see the little ink marks on the bottom of that, what was the bottom of the screen earlier, but I was scared myself just watching it. But there is already another pickup of the Rainmaker. 2 picks for that Inkjet on the side of Sigma on Earth. 1 minute 30 to go. No team, or at least 2 Goober 2 Dash has yet to get it past this one spot. But 2 Goober 2 Dash applying lots of pressure, especially with a triple there. That should be good for a few more points on the board if they can get those. Tormy making a move there. 3, 8, 5, 4. 4 points remaining. We're going to leave it at that for now.
What a great play there by the Dapples. A clutch Reef Slider, and to turn that into a triple. Massive play. And now Sigma on Earth needs to come up with essentially a knockout because it is really, really hard to get a score all the way down to 4 remaining. 2 Goober 2 Dash is in complete control of this game.
Oh goodness, and it's still in the opposing spin. I mean, still around the opposing spinner. It hasn't left. That's the most important part of it. This thing hasn't left this general area since we got to that 21 remaining push. But now Sigma on Earth getting a few more picks on the board here. See if they can get anything done with that. 2 Goober 2 Dash doing so well that the Sigma's counter pick here is almost completely backfired on them. 10 seconds to go for them to make something happen. They need to pick up the Rainmaker. They will, and they will have one more push in overtime. Yes, one last opportunity to clutch this one out and keep the set in your favor. The decaf's gonna make a move forward. It finds 1. It finds 2. It's just the paintbrush. But where is the paintbrush? It's on the Rainmaker, and they get the trade. A huge pick there from 2 Goober 2 Dash to clutch this one out, and they take lead of this set. Oh no! You saw all those last few seconds there. You're gonna see it on the replay soon enough, but everyone's already so far ahead, making a path for the Rainmaker that when the Rainmaker has the paintbrush right in front of him, no one's there to help out the Rainmaker. And you know what? When you have a team comp like Sigma on Earth, it's totally understandable that you're going straight for a Rainmaker pass. But my goodness, nothing there to follow it up with. It's just Tormy all the way in that corner there, taking care of the Rainmaker. 2 Goober 2 Dash now in match point. Wow. This has been an exhilarating set.
so far. You know, I think we are being truly blessed by these Splatoon gods, or commentary gods, or whatever higher production being there is, with some really great games and great sets. So you're right. It is 2 Goober 2 Dash that is at match point. They are going to be looking to close this one out, and the call from Sigma on Earth is tower control, Hagglefish Market.
Okay, tower control and Hagglefish Market. I mean, considering the comp they had, this one's starting to make a little more sense, especially when you consider what Sigma on Earth came out with that previous set. This means the decav has more flat space to strive in, but I wonder, what are your thoughts on the tent? Because I feel like the tent's still good here.
Yeah, I think it's still good. I do think that it's gonna get a little bit less leverage here. It's because I think at this point, that's really what they need to focus their counter pick on, because that's the person that they've had the most trouble with, just to be quite frank. You know, it's been a fantastic team effort from 2 Goober 2 Dash, but it's you know, it's the fact that they are able to rally around this shield from the tent umbrella to make the plays around the objective that's been giving Sigma on Earth the most trouble. So is this the perfect counter pick? Not necessarily, but it is a better step in the right direction. So I do think that this one is a little bit more 50-50, but I will lean a little more towards Sigma on Earth pulling this one out and forcing game 5. But ultimately, it's going to also kind of depend on what they bring out. I do hope that ballpoint sticks around, because I do think that that was a big part of them working towards a solution to counter 2 Goober 2 Dash.
And speaking of sets, I'm going to give you a little peek into the rest of the bracket here. The other winner semifinal match right now, Tidal Disruption, currently down 1-2 against Inkbound as they also head into game 4, but we're going to see the game 4 of this set here. 2 Goobers a Dash on match point. Sigma on Earth looking to get this to a game 5. And this is the comps we're seeing. We're starting to actually see a mini Splatling coming out from Sigma on Earth.
Okay, I am pleasantly surprised. So the mini Splatling going to be making its debut in this set, and I think I'm going to have to wait to kind of see the results of this one, but as of right now, I think I vibe with this. The double Splatling combo is certainly going to be something to watch out for.
All right, that's a seal of mostly approval from DRF, it sounded like. So we're going to get Sigma on Earth currently taking the first steps on that tower. 56, 54, 50, almost 50 points remaining, waiting on it, and there's 50 points remaining. As they continue this push, just barely 2 players going down though. This should be closing up fairly soon here. Nope.
Yeah, so they do get a pretty big opening push here. The decaf still getting some work done, but ultimately going to get shut down. So this will be the end of the opening push for Sigma on Earth. 42 points remaining is a pretty good spot to be in at this stage. Now 2 Goober 2 Dash trying to get this tower back in their control and across the midway line of this map, and adding points to the board for the first time. They're only going to start with 4 points for now, as they are at a numbers disadvantage. They're going to have to prioritize getting their numbers back in, and the paintbrush was in an advantageous position. They had the high ground, but could not take advantage, and this Inkjet is going to be trading with the blaster as well. So this will result, I think, in a Sigma push, and that is the wipeout. So indeed, it will be Sigma trying to get back on this tower and trying to add more points to the board.
Oh my goodness, here we go. Sigma on Earth is back at it again, and they've got some specials, especially to support T-Tech Knight here, is going to go very far up, try to get the pick on pick, but ultimately they go down. 3 players going down now for Sigma on Earth. 2 Goober 2 Dash forced to a similar disadvantage of their own. Here comes Azuka, not enough though. The decap able to take a pick there on almost 2 players there. So now another one, Torby going down as well. Sigma on Earth just relentless here as we head towards the halfway point of the match.
Yeah, and they have a lot of specials to work with as well. The hammer coming out. They do have an Inkjet ready as well, but the Inkjet gets shut down. A big play by 2 Goober 2 Dash. to minimize the damage here in this push from Sigma on Earth. So now it's going to be an opportunity for Goober 2-Dash to start getting back control of mid. There is a flank from the decap. They were able to shut that one down. They do have to trade out for it though, but nonetheless able to find an opportunity now to start moving up just a little bit. A beautiful 1-2 punch from the paintbrush and the tent, I believe that was, or no, sorry, the dapples. And this is going to just be an explosive battle. It's a team fight. It's a 1v1 now. Both members left standing, just going to be hanging back, trying to prioritize getting their teammates back in for the next battle.
And there is a trade there for the paintbrush on the side of 2 Goober 2-Dash. Now Sigma on Earth responding with a hammer up. Few more plays, 3 players down for 2 Goober 2-Dash. Sigma on Earth looking to get back on the board here and get back into enemy territory as we see Sigma on Earth slowly approaching that mini splatling, going ever so closer to enemy territory, but still 1 player goes down for Sigma on Earth, and we're still seeing that tower move up just ever so slightly. 2 Goober 2-Dash starting to put an end to that there.
Yeah, but the issue right now with 2 Goober 2-Dash is that it takes so long to get everybody out that they are not able to convert to points. This is the first time that we are really seeing them be able to get notable points on the board after getting what was pretty close to a clean wipe out there. And the tower was already in a great position for them to now be able to clear this first checkpoint with under a minute to play. They're gonna just go for it here. If the tent is in a really risky position now for Sigma on Earth, it seems like they might have been able to at least trade out there. It's just the tent now as well, so no lead for 2 Goober 2-Dash, but the tent is still behind them, ready to cause some havoc. They need to take advantage of this opportunity to just try to sandwich Sigma on Earth, but the tent might just be a little bit too far behind now, and they get picked off. Sigma on Earth in complete control in the last 15 seconds here.
It looks like things are going to a game 5 unless something changes within these last 10 seconds. Sigma on Earth still holding on to complete control. 1 player going down. No one needs to be on the tower. I think they're confident enough to say this is going to a game 5, tied with the set tied at 2-2, thanks to a Sigma on Earth win in game 4.
Wow. So we are going the full distance, folks, for a 3rd time in a row on stream. You could not have written it any better than this.
I couldn't have. No, seriously, I couldn't have. I'm not that. I don't know how many more game 5s. I think we need to send a message to next commentary block that you guys also need to be prepared, because it's been all game 5s from here since the start of the day. So go ahead, both of y'all, just buckle up. This is my message to y'all. And speaking of game 5s, it turns out that the other semifinal match did not go to a game 5. The winner of this set will be facing Inkbound in the winners finals.
All right, but it does actually seem like that, at least what we're hearing in our ear is that these teams are saying, hey, give us a couple minutes. We just need to breathe a second. And honestly, I don't blame them one bit. Because this is wild right now. Nino, we have not got a break at all either. So for us to just get like a second here to just chillax and just, you know, get ready for game number 5. Oh, just everybody. Let's everybody in chat just breathe in and breathe out. All right, that's the trick that we get, Nito.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm so ready. I am extremely ready. I am completely ready for this. But that break was absolutely needed, because this is another game 5. Again, the winner of this set goes against Inkbound, and now this is for winners finals. That being said, it is double Leland, so whoever loses this still has a chance to make a deep losers bracket run. They'll be meeting the winner of Delicious Steak Dinner. This is Forja de la Camalidad here, or at least the loser of this set. But I don't know, you don't want to lose at any point. Double Elim is never safe. I remember being in this position back when I played in low wing. You do not want to lose, even if it's double Elan, because now you're under a lot of pressure.
Yeah. No, that is very, very true. You know, if you can win out, I mean, that's always the most optimal path. So it's a lot's on the line here. It's as simple as that. A spot in winners finals, a guaranteed top 3. Loser still guaranteed top 6, but of course, you know, that just means more games that are gonna have to be played if you ultimately want to be low wing banned. So it is all gonna come down to some tower control ship shape, which is a bit of a bold choice by 2Goober 2dash. Given the map modes that we've seen them thrive on so far, tower control ship shape is a little bit of a turn from what at least I think I was expecting out of them, but I don't know. These teams, you know, they pick these map modes for a reason. They feel something good about this map mode in particular. Probably going to be trying to build their offense a little bit more around the blaster this time around.
So now what I'm focused on is how do they send that dabbles towards the opposing little stack there, because that, I think it's going to be the dabbles that they're trying to enable. Of course, the tent's been working out so well for them, so why change that? But maybe it's the dabbles here, maybe it's some other dubious third thing, secret sinister third thing that I'm not focusing on yet. But 2Goober 2dash getting a solid pick here to begin with, and another Reef Slider, see if it's enough, but it's Sleep Slider quickly shut down there by the mini Splatling on the side of Sigma on Earth. Already doing pretty well is 2Goober 2dash, but how long will it last? We're going to find out. They've already gone past the first checkpoint. They're getting to the second checkpoint. They're getting to it almost fast.
Ooh. Oh, a nice pick there, as this tower still stays in control of 2Goober 2dash, but ultimately they are going to get wiped out. But 41 points remaining, a solid opening push. They cleared that first checkpoint with relative ease, and now Sigma on Earth has 3 specials to their name. That Decav is really close to building up that bubble as well, so they're going to have a lot of specials to work with here in a response.
Very good. Here's Sigma on Earth holding down the fort actually. One pick on the side of 2Goober 2dash. They can at least tap the tower there and prevent any more points going to the side of Sigma on Earth. And there's also a wipeout there for 2Goober 2dash. Sigma on Earth quickly shut down there. They didn't get past the first checkpoint. 2Goober 2dash has nothing but green fields for the until they get to the second checkpoint. But for now, they go 2 players down. 2Goober 2dash facing lots of opposition here from Sigma on Earth.
I do think that on that push, Sigma on Earth was just a little bit early with their special usage, but 2Goober 2dash is timing these perfectly right now and just making Sigma on Earth pay at every opportunity. And now this is an opportunity now for 2Goober 2dash to get some more points on the board, and that they will do. They're looking to reach that second checkpoint. They're gonna barely miss it. 32 points remaining, so they add 9 points to the board. So a good push. I think they did a great job of rallying around those specials, and now Sigma on Earth is going to have to try again. They have all their specials at the ready. The mini Splatling is going to go down though. It's going to be up to this Bubbler and these Trip Strikes to make something happen, and they're going to really focus on getting through this first checkpoint. But again, Nito, I feel like these are just coming out a smidge early.
Ooh. There's 2 players already going down for 2Goober 2dash, excuse me, as Sigma on Earth gets past this first checkpoint. You talk about it going out too early. There's already, I mean, maybe at this point, I'm going to just start thinking about how 2Goober 2dash is going to focus on getting this back. And this is Tormy again, going for another sneaky play. Tormy was credited with that sneaky play at Rainmaker Museum, so I can see it trying to make that work again. But Sigma on Earth is getting very close here to getting the lead. Very close here, just a few more ticks, and they are in the lead. 31 remaining for now, so it's just a 1-point lead for the time being. But they've got another player on the tower. How long will this last? We're going to find out very soon here. As a few of these players start to go down. Sigma on Earth still holding on. No, Goober, 2Goober 2dash now able to take control of the game again.
Yeah, they really started to get staggered there. And I think that's what this came down to, that while Sigma on Earth's specials were a bit early on that push, the fact that when they did go down, they were back into action pretty quickly, and again, building up some of those specials to rely on, where 2 Goober, 2 Dash just started getting massively staggered and now wiped out as well, and this is just going to be a much bigger factor here for Sigma on Earth to capitalize on, and they're going to be looking to try to add more points to the board. They just need to get back to that same spot. They have the numbers to work with right now and the specials to back them up, and this could be dangerous for 2 Goober, 2 Dash.
2 Goober, 2 Dash needs to find a way to get themselves back into the game because the script has been flipped yet again. Sigma on Earth was on the back foot for the beginning half of this matchup, and now it seems like Sigma on Earth is going to have this on lock, but how long is that lock going to last? Remember, I always say no lead is safe in competitive Splatoon. Sigma on Earth is looking pretty good here though. They've been in control and even in enemy territory for just about most of the set here. Their Japples coming out from the side of 2 Goober, 2 Dash go down immediately. Tormy here and a 10 trying to work together to get something going here. The 10 trying to go forward for the ballpoint there. Ultimately nothing there.
Oh, it's a 2v2. They need to get rid of this decaf on the tower, and nobody is there. And that will do it. Sigma on Earth will clutch out here in game number 5 to take the set and advance to winners finals.
Whoo-wee! Okay, now let's take an actual. You can actually now take a break because the set's over. That's great. That's awesome. I think that is very good. But man, I mean, this has been a wild commentary block, and this I think has been one of the more wild commentary blocks I've had since I started casting for. I mean, 3 sets going to a game 5. This one looking like it could just go any which way, especially from the beginning to the end. So ultimately, Sigma on Earth takes this set. We'll be facing Inkbound in the winners finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of these matches were like probably an average decided by like 10 points, like if that. So it's really hard to get much closer than that. Game 5, very, very close every single time. But nonetheless, it will be Inkbound versus Sigma on Earth in your winners finals. And Nito, like you said, this was a legendary commentary block for the two of us. These teams that we've got to witness today just delivered every single time. And I am so excited to see Saf and Keon bring you all home.
Yes, Saf and Keon will be the ones taking y'all through the rest of the way on this next block. But as for us, that is going to be it. So it's time for us to do our obligatory plugging. I'm going to go first because I'm a brave soul like that.
Thank you.
Add Nito on Use on Twitter, on Blue Sky, the Butterfly app, I guess. I don't know. On Twitch, add Nito on Use as well if you ever want to follow me for the rare instance in which I do stream. And if you want to find me, I actually don't know what I'm going to be doing now because now I'm going to have to just watch Low Ink. I need to watch Low Ink at this point because every set's been close.
Yeah, Saf and Keon, I'm hoping that you can keep the momentum going. But as for myself, you can go ahead and find me on Twitter at DRF_Splatoon and on Twitch at TritonDRF. But per usual, you can find me over at the CCA covering all things collegiate Splatoon. Thank you all so much for sticking with Nito and I through these first 3 amazing rounds of Low Ink Alpha Bracket. Stay tuned. The most dramatic Low Ink finale yet. Gotta make it a full circle moment, Nito. Keon, Saf, we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Winners Finals here on the September 2024 edition of Low Ink. My name is Kyon. With me on the mic, the one and lovely, of course, Saf. Saf, how are you doing this afternoon?
Kyon from the Riptide Finals desk.
I think both teams will get a good taste of everything, and they're queued up already here, Saf. What do you see right away?
Rubbing my hands together here, Kyon. What is going on with... That's Sigma on Earth on that side with a Nova. Or I guess, yes, a Nova, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know these things. A Nova and a decaf going off on their side. But Inkbound, though, having the heavy edit and as well as the blaster coming out as well, two great supportive weapons to be helping out with the wiper and the shots being a little bit more aggressive. But opening statements being made, Sigma on Earth, the first ones to be holding the points in their favor.
Yeah, Sigma on Earth striking first right out of the gate, and we do see almost a slightly unconventional comp, if you will, there. You have, of course, that Nova, which is making its rare appearance out here. Ball point kind of been a slightly off meta pick here in the current state of things, as Inkbound's going to get the lead back. So I'd like to see how this plays off against a team, against a comp effectively with the shot and a cooler option that they already have available. Inkbound already taking full advantage of it, so that's going to be intriguing to see how this game one plays out. Inkbound still holding on to the zone, though. They're using the Zuka as much as they can to see if they can get a few shots in, especially into the Inkjet. But it is going to be Sigma going 2 down, make that Inkbound also going 2 down on top of it, and it is going to be Sigma retaining the zones back, but for how long?
Oh my gosh, hello, Inkbound, a triple splat coming out from the Damp player. I mean, Aloha, thank you. There they are. Thank you, Aloha, for getting a nice opening for Inkbound to pave the way into the spawning point of Sigma on Earth here. And that penalty is just ticking away at the moment, Kyon, because, I mean, no stops, all gas here for Inkbound.
I love this. I love this aggression here out of Inkbound as well. You saw Sigma just last time trying to do the exact same thing, but Inkbound's just trying to say, "Hey, we're gonna try to take it over to your base. We're gonna see if we can lock out even further." But so far, just with that zones being flipped, there's Sigma on Earth out of the penalty points here. Now let's see if they can weaponize the rest of their group, especially the Slosher, with the amount of pressure that they had. See if they can turn this into something great, which is gonna be a delayed 2. Sigma on Earth might be able to hold on to the zone a little bit longer. Cooler's been dished out, but it is gonna be 2 down. 2 players will not be able to take advantage of the Cooler right away, and it should be Sigma on Earth getting the lead back here shortly.
Yeah, and you gotta be mindful here of this, like, Wiper versus Wiper type fight, because Tetra on Sigma on Earth, or excuse me, no, that's Knight on Sigma on Earth, holy smokes. They've been able to do a lot of really interesting turns and plays when using the decab and trying to get the best angle on somebody, and it's been really working out in their favor here. However, I think the response coming out from Inkbound with the wiper of their own from Aloha, especially getting that triple earlier on in the game here, has been a really major turning point for Inkbound. But now with Sigma on Earth finding themselves in the lead, Inkbound on the back foot here. 2 members down though for Sigma on Earth, so this could be the turnaround that Inkbound is looking for.
That decap from Sigma on Earth is just causing a little bit more problems here for Inkbound. There's Hammer's going to get neutralized right away from the Inkjet. So again, for Inkbound, look, they have to figure out ways to deal with the other weapons that are on tow. But I think that Inkjet's going to have other ideas. Gogen and Kiko are both going to go down there to the Inkjet from Sigma on Earth, and it is going to be an extended push here with the triple Ink Strikes now asserting full control of Inkbound's base as we speak here. I called out the decap's name. It is going to be Aloha going down, make that a double on top of it. It's 2 members down, but 2 members down. The neutral's only going to be there for about a few seconds. Delayed wipe on top of it. Sigma on Earth looking to roar their way to winning game 1.
Yeah, and the bubble being popped at the last few seconds here. Huge play for Sigma on Earth, and the decav is not going to be displaced anytime soon here, Keon, as Sigma on Earth sails their way through the first game and taking the win.
That and Sigma on Earth pretty much just wasting no time. They were there from the previous set. Yes, you went the distance. Why not just continue that momentum here with that game 1? As we're gonna get a few quick replays here. By the way, shouts to Elion, producer here here this afternoon. I was gonna say tonight. Yeah, my time's all wrong. But yeah, as I know, there are 2 decav double on top of it. Pretty much just sealed it there for Inkbound. We did see the neutral there as well, but the rest of Inkbound collapsed on through, and Sigma on Earth just took that all the way home. And again, even with the non-conventional comp, Sigma on Earth knows how to play it so far here, Saf.
Yeah, and I really would like to point out those tri-strikes coming out from the bucket player, because consistently, a lot of times with having to break back into the spawn, these tri-strikes are the thing that's going to lead the charge in that. And I also appreciate the Inkjet coming out as well. The Inkjet and strikes are great breakout tools, if you will, for when you get trapped in your spawn. So I feel Sigma on Earth able to respond to what Inkbound was cooking up pretty quickly and make a really good response of it as well, considering they flipped the lead, ultimately ended up knocking out the game. But now with that being said, Inkbound being on the counter-picking side with the pick being made, we're going to Rainmaker on Crab Lake Capital. A lot of Rainmaker getting counter-picked today, Keon. Wonder why that is.
Yeah, we saw, I think, a few sets ago, or even the previous set as well, where we saw back-to-back Rainmaker counter picks on top of it, and Inkbound looking to find their move here with Crab Lake Capital Rainmaker there as well. So but I wouldn't be surprised if Sigma on Earth, at least my read on this one, Saf, is probably bringing back that mid decav as well with that big bubbler, which has been making such a huge resurgence here in recent Splatoon games. I wouldn't be surprised if that sticks around, but I would be shocked, quite frankly, if Nova makes a return. But I want to see what Inkbound has cooking up in store with this counter pick.
Right, and I think too, one thing with Inkbound is the fact that they have a wide range of players on their roster, and they have a lot of wiper players too. Like you have Tetra, who is going to be coming in here for Aloha, I believe. So you're trading out a wiper for a decapitator skirmisher type of role. And earlier on the stream today, I mean, Tetra was doing numbers earlier with the decav, and so it's really fun seeing the different skill levels of decav kind of get switched in and out of different compositions, and especially because decav itself has been finding itself in higher level gameplay, like more recently. Like it was in top 8 at Riptide this year.
Oh yeah,
right. I'm pretty sure it was in top 4 of Riptide, if I'm not mistaken. So like, it's always interesting how the results of majors kind of can shift the idea of the meta. And yeah, see, the way of the blade is with us here, Keon, because look at this. Decav from Knight versus Decav from Tetra is going to be interesting for sure.
Decav duel on top of what is going to be the Hydra with the screen, I believe, as well, rounding out Inkbound's set, which actually, screen is actually pretty much a very stellar pick there, especially with the amount of range that it covers. Now, something that I also will take note of is I believe the Vanilla 96 Gal as well, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Seth, has that ink back there for the Rainmaker. So I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out there. But more importantly, I think we've got to keep a lot of eyes here on this decap duel that we're going to have between both these teams here. Inkbound's going to be the first to pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Kiko was in a great spot there with the splatter color screen coming out, completely shading the existence of the other players on the right-hand side, but not going to last for long as 3 members find themselves down for the count. Sigma on Earth trying to make some follow-up here. You have the bucket moving up onto the first pedestal already at this point of view, and picking up the Rainmaker to boot. However, again, like you were saying, Keon, that Hydra has the range. They have the range, and Kiko is going to be taking out one of the defenders there. However, the first checkpoint from Sigma on Earth is going to be taken.
Yeah, first checkpoint is going to be secure, but hey, at least you get that objective right out of the gate and aim for something stronger there. But for Inkbound, they gotta look for the response, but response denied. Decaf once again gained a double there, almost even gained the triple, taking out that Hydra near that right-hand side, as the Rainmaker is going to get picked up once more. It's going to be leave with the ball point on Rainmaker duties as the Inkbat, again, a protection Inkback, if you will, to assist with the push, but they're going to get shut down above the grates. It is a full wipeout. They are going to get 35 points remaining on the board, so 65 points cashed in. Inkbound will need to capitalize here.
Yeah, and they're doing just that, Keon, because look at Tetra and Larry being pushed all the way up together on this right-hand side on the grates. They've immediately called out the decav on the side of Sigma on Earth and pushing them into the pit, but it's not going to matter as two members of Inkbound end up going down, and the decav going to be taking the higher ground here. 35 points. I mean, as Nito says, no lead is safe for sure. However, it seems to me that Sigma on Earth, it's like, has a great balance of offense and defense going for them here, and Inkbound just really needs to find where the chip in the armor is. But how can you do that when you have Inkjet coming out here from Sigma on Earth, just launching from halfway across the map? I mean, what do you do?
That's really the ultimate question, is how do you deal with pretty much this balanced team here that is able to strike on both offense and defense when it matters. I think I've noted a couple times that the decaf from Sigma on Earth has gotten so much value out of their main weapon. And then if they don't get value, well, the ballpoint's going to have other ideas on top of it. Rainmaker is going to reset, though, but Sigma on Earth has a lot of ground that they have covered so far. Yeah, they did lose the Slosher, but they still are keeping Inkbound trapped in their base. In fact, it's going to be 2 down right out of the gate here for Inkbound. They're going to have to respawn here on defense, if you will. They will take out the Hydra. Decaf trades with the Hydra. Very safe trade. Anywho, Sigma on Earth is going to pick up the Rainmaker again, and Sigma on Earth has been in good control for a majority of this game.
Yeah, and if only that people were in a different position there, because taking out the Hydra was really huge for trying to capitalize on that right-hand side for Sigma on Earth. But that's all right, because again, still holding on to this 35 mark lead. The Trizuka coming out, and that's 3 members of Sigma on Earth down. So Inkbound in a great place to respond here, but still just kind of waiting on those jumps to come in. Because Keon, I'd also like to note that there is no cooler being played on the field here. So we do have a little bit of delay. Maybe a delay that we're not as used to for jumps to be coming back into the game. Normally it seems these games happen a lot quicker. But with a minute and some change left to go, Inkbound finding themselves in a 3 members down scenario there. The ballpoint's just going to almost take that for free. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so it's interesting you note that there is no cooler, because Inkbound does have that Zap user that has a cooler ready to go, but we haven't seen many coolers available throughout this game like, so far. Sigma on Earth has a few, and I called out the Zap. Go Get Us is gonna go down on top of it. They're just gonna pick up this Rainmaker, almost a panic pickup, if you will. They're gonna have to retreat here soon and see if the Rainmaker shots find anybody else. But Sigma on Earth are just trying to heavy focus on Inkbound, make sure they don't pick it up. Hydra's gonna have to play from distance here, and again, Sigma on Earth in decent control. They are gonna go 2 down. Again, Inkbound will need to look for an even stellar push right now here, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciate the 96 trying to defend their teammate as best they can, and they do!
Wow!
What a skirmish happening in the corner over there. With 20 seconds left to go, Kiko trying to back up and find their footing here, but not finding any space to breathe, as Knight and Free are both pushed up for Sigma on Earth on the right-hand side here, consistently infiltrating to try to take the distraction away. Like, the Hydra keeps having some issues trying to get set up here. Still finding a lot of decent picks and in a great spot to defend, but I mean, what's a defense without a little bit of offense? So that's Sigma on Earth taking us into the 2-0 scenario.
2-0 zone right away for Sigma on Earth, and Inkbound had a stellar counter pick, but on the other hand, though, Sigma on Earth is like, now let's just dish out the 96 gal, get a few more points on top of it. I think it's ultimately way more than just the 96 gal that Sigma on Earth had. Inkbound tried to find responses again with dueling decavs and trying to use the screen to their advantage, but Sigma on Earth just kind of took it to their advantage anyway, so we get to see the last 5 seconds. And for Inkbound, I feel like the execution was almost there, but Sigma on Earth just had an even better game plan. At least my read on that one there, Saf.
Yeah, but you still have to, like, appreciate the custom Hydra coming out in Winners Finals. I mean...
Yes, for sure.
like again, you have decaf battling, but it's also like, oh, okay, well, there's a Hydra here as well, so that's pretty cool. It's always fun to get to talk about specials that you don't really get to see as often. So seeing a custom Hydra is certainly a treat. But however, the response coming out from Inkbound was Rainmaker Crab Lake Capital ended up not blowing up in their faces. Ended up exploding in their faces, not quite the outcome they were looking for. Back on the counter-picking foot again. And they have open range to pick whatever they want, Keon. So if you have a second, can you tell me why is zones, I feel, a more advantageous mode to pick on a counter-pick?
That's good. So the ultimate question is, zones is a mode that pretty much a lot of teams are going to get experience on, especially with especially with the map pool that we have here for zones. So this is so I wouldn't blame you if you think zones here at all. In fact, that's exactly what they're going to go with. Back to zones we go in Barnacle and Dime. So a lot of teams are gonna get very practiced in zones. We had Barnacle and Dime, Hagglefish, Mahi, and Mako, along with Umami, Ruins if you wanted to take advantage of it as well. So I think some teams will just default to that if the as much as they can, especially again with a lot of the maps being very good in that mode overall. So if you kind of saw that Inbound had a good response in game 1 to Sigma on Earth's plan, but Sigma on Earth just kind of locked themselves off forward. I'd be curious to see what Inkbound has, especially coming into this third map.
Right, and I think too, especially with the amount of aggression that they have coming from the decav fights that's been happening, I'd imagine decav is here to stay. The bubble can be so useful on splat zones as such a great offensive push tool, but also a defensive let's just hold and turtle tool. So I'd imagine decav with the bubble will still maybe make an appearance here. I'm wondering though with Inkbound if they find that it's challenging having so many people on the roster that can flex the same type of weapon, and how you try to maybe shift people with other players to be useful. Because I mean, the folks that are involved on Inkbound, they cover a lot of bases, Keon, with their weapon pools. I mean, you have different dualies, you have tetras, you have the shot, like your classics like the shot, you have the 52 gal, things like that. But you also have things like like the Dowser dualies. You also have the Hydra. You also have the Squeezer, whatever the heck Squeezer with the screen. Squeezer with the screen on it. Yeah, foil squeezer with the screen on it. You have that as well. So I don't know, it's really fun to see that they have such a wide weapon range, and they keep switching folks in and out to kind of exhibit that weapon range.
But the other thing to note too is that yes, you have a lot of players with so much weapon coverage in their roster, but it also comes down to is how do you when you switch one player out for another player, how does that player play to the remaining players in that at that roster at that point in time? Because now you kind of have to get yourself resituated. I'd imagine with Inkbound though, they've had a lot of practice there as we're about to be queued in right out of the gate, and it is again we're still dealing with dueling decavs here, staff, but more importantly, Vanilla Splash for Inkbound.
Yeah, Vanilla Splash going to be making headway here. That's going to be really difficult for the bubble to keep itself set up. And I wonder, Keon, are we going to be seeing the return of Double Crab with the amount of bubbles that have been reincorporated in? And as I say that, actually, 2 members of Inkbound end up going down. Sigma on Earth throwing the first punch in the Splat Zones fight here. But as I say that, immediately you have 2 members trading in from Sigma on Earth, and Inkbound is going to be the ones making a response here, trying to find the push-up. The flank coming in and the jump too. Not going to find any value there, as the Inkjet and the Vacuum together are going to be re-entering the zone. That's Sigma on Earth. A little bit of a delayed take there, but once again taking it back.
Yeah, and the big thing that Inkbound, I believe, is trying to focus on is once you get that zone, who do you focus on next? It's almost very split there, and Sigma on Earth was able to focus a lot of members from Inkbound out of that course. As again, the decaf we called out their name, another double to their name, and again with Sigma on Earth still retaining control of the zone. Now Inkbound having to respond. This needs to be they need to find picks here and fast. Those points are still ticking on as much as possible. That there is the ink that is available. They got 3 specials. They need to take advantage of it here soon, as there is going to be 2 down. As the Crab trying to roll over one members and is able to successfully do that. That's a great hold so far. Inkbound will get the zones back, and that is the shutdown on the Tetra. Sure, but Inkbound has another lifeline. But that's a lot of points cashed in for Sigma on Earth.
Yeah, but Inkbound, the last remaining seconds of that Inkjet, I mean, the last pick that they were able to get, that person literally stuck their foot out of the bubble. One body part stuck out of the bubble, and the Inkjet found immediate value out of that, which is incredible. Inkbound, though, making a response here, Keon. Even with the jumps coming in, that's not really going to last long unless you have someone like the decaf getting a good jump in and knowing when to react. And how quick to react. So 2 major picks coming out from Sigma on Earth, but that's still going to be 3 members going down. So the lead going to be taken back from Inkbound here. Specials are being deployed. You have Crab Tank, and you also had, I believe that was a Trizuka online momentarily there. And the vacuum going to come out, probably trying to make response for the crab. But with Knight being able to push up on the decaf there, that is going to be Sigma on Earth finding the opening that they needed to change the rhythm of the game here.
The rhythm of the game went very well in favor of Inkbound, especially with the fact that Inkbound was able to take out the surrounding members and Knight was not able to dish out it there with the decap. Yes, they got trades, but at the end of the day, with all the supporting members gone, it allowed Inkbound to get the lead back there in swift order, and they have 2 specials to take advantage. In fact, it is going to be the Zuka being used. It actually takes out one of the important members. I noted there too. The Knight on that decap has found so much value, so how does the rest of Sigma on Earth try to respond to it, especially in the point being neutralized as it stands? Inkbound still looking for that retake, but they did buy enough time for Knight to jump back in. It is a bit of a battle here, and that splash is shut down. Sigma on Earth is able to get a key pick there onto the splash, and it is going to be 2 members out. Staggers across the board. Sigma on Earth are looking to rebound here, and maybe look to get the lead back here soon.
Yeah, and only a few seconds to remain for that. Sigma on Earth taking the lead back once again. That's going to be the 3-0 sweep coming in, knocking Inkbound down onto the floor. I mean, wow, a really close response time coming out from Inkbound, though. They had us on our heels a little bit. Major pick on the crab, though, in that opening gambit there for trying to win the last few seconds here. So 5 seconds on the board left for Inkbound. No penalty left for Sigma on Earth. The ball pointer, this right here was where the major point was. That was the tipping point in the whole game there, Keon, because taking that crab tank out immediately, so many points taken off and so much poking damage here as well. I mean, rarely ever did I see the ballpoint actually get any full picks, just a lot of assisting damage because you have the decav and you also have the bucket pushing up together as well. So amazing gameplay coming out from Sigma on Earth. Moving on to the grand finals part of the bracket, so they're going to be sitting pretty there as we wait for the losers finals to try to finish up here. So Inkbound getting knocked down into losers finals, going to be versus Royalty or 2Goober 2-, who we did get to see earlier on the stream versus Sigma on Earth actually, and taking it to a very, very decisive game 5. So could 2Goober 2- maybe be going for the run back? I'm not sure, because it could be between Inkbound as well. So that's 2 different folks trying to go in for the run back to take off a win here from Sigma on Earth. So whatever's going on with Royalty and 2Goober 2-, that's going to be a big deciding factor with who maybe Sigma on Earth is going to be seeing again, or maybe for the first time.
And that's gonna be the important thing here too, as we do keep an eye on the run there as well. With 2Goober 2- was very close, neck and neck, almost key moments that we saw from winner semis or round 3, if you will, there against Sigma on Earth. But again, dropping down, almost having a big scare there against, I believe, the Calamity Forge Neo with a few extra members on top of it there as well. So they were able to make that run as much as they can. Royalty is trying to make the same thing there as well. So that's all. So a lot of things to keep an eye on. We're gonna go ahead and jump to a quick break there, as we're gonna wait for the set between Royalty and 2Goober 2- most likely to wrap up. So when we come back, losers finals will be here soon. You don't want to miss a thing.
Don't walk too far away just yet, folks. Come on back, take a seat, grab your snacks, grab your water, beverage, whatever it is that you need. Welcome back to September 2024 Low Ink. Saf and Keon here, yapping it up on the mic. We get to jump in to Royalty versus 2 Goober 2 Dash. Luckily, they're still playing their match, but luckily we get to catch them at a moment where Royalty has won the first game. They're in intermission between this game number 2. So we get to go and join them for the majority of that, Keon.
Yeah.
And listen, look at this. I believe that this is still a counter-picking type situation, and only 3 games. So Royalty having a huge upper hand here already to try to make their way into the losers finals.
And now the ultimate question for 2 Goober 2 Dash, which again now down 1-0, you only have 2 more. You have 2 more chances to run it back. Is what is your ultimate strategy here? This one now. Part of me, side note, Saf, part of me was wondering if anybody would fall into the trap of Inkblot TC at some point. Thankfully, teams I think are starting to realize that is not a good idea. They decided to go to Scorch Clam Blitz for this counter pick here. We did see 2 Goober 2 Dash earlier in the on the cast today as well. Again, with DRF Neo handling that one, and this is a very strong team, but down 1-0 on the whole, and only having 2 more games and having to win the next 2. Now it's kind of an uphill battle here, Saf, for 2 Goober 2 Dash. But of course we should not count them out just yet.
No, for sure, and looking to try to find a spot to go toe to toe with Inkbound, who we got to see earlier on the stream. And Ink's having a really good time here today, Keon, but that isn't to say that 2 Goober 2 Dash isn't either. Also having to have the unfortunate bout between Sigma on Earth as well, and not finding too much victory there. But however, you have really great KAs coming out from the side of 2 Goober 2 Dash. One of them in particular being on Sports Forge Clam Blitz. You had Cheda getting a 20-11 KA, which Clam Blitz Sports Forge is where we're going to be seeing these 2 teams duking it out next. So I'm wondering with the performance that Goober Dash has shown here previously, I'm getting a feeling that this is going to be an excellent counter pick for them.
Yeah, if the trend plays out, this will be a very strong counter. The keyword is if, but I think I'm with you on this one. I feel like they have a game plan for Scorch Clam Blitz. We saw it earlier today as well, so it wouldn't be surprised if 2Goober 2-Dash runs it back with a very similar-ish comp, of course, that they ran before. But the more important thing for Royalty is how do you deal with 2Goober 2-Dash's counter pick? Of course, they won game one, so that's a really huge step in this best of three. So the bigger question is how do you deal with all the other members from 2Goober 2-Dash? I believe Shay on the Julie's earlier was just cooking up something fierce. So that's gonna be the key thing to look out for. In fact, both teams are gonna be queuing right up ahead, which it is for those keeping in mind. 2Goober on the Bravo side, it will be Royalty or Loyalty. I think I got my wrong oilties involved there as well. As we take a look at the weapons right out of the gate here for this one, it shouldn't be any surprises here, Saf.
No, and no surprises here at all, but a very interesting amount of ink output coming out from 2Goober 2-Dash, but Kyo, and I want to note here too, the pressure for 2Goober 2-Dash is not something that they're unfamiliar with, considering that two of these folks got to play with Rainfall at Riptide earlier, just a few weeks prior, finding themselves in a very prestigious spot in the low ink alpha bracket at this point. 2Goober 2-Dash making the opening statement with getting the first clam in the basket here, but Shay finding themselves down. That's their primary aggression and ink output coming from 2Goober 2-Dash, but still no breaks coming out for 2Goober 2-Dash because Royalty's still trying to find their way out of the map here, looking to try to even just put some ink down. But wow. I mean, the amount of output coming out from 2Goober 2-Dash, I mean, Kyo, they're kind of just, it's like a cat and mouse type of game here.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse type of game. And it is going to be Info, by the way, using that Tenebral, expertly able to block a few Trizuka shots and then followed up with the Ink Bat to block the second one on top of it, which allows 2Goober 2-Dash to still have full control, really, of Royalty's base so far. And this game continues to go along, but the ultimate question is, where is that power clan that is available for 2Goober 2-Dash if they can take advantage? So far, there was none that was spawned, but Info is still keeping the space available for 2Goober 2-Dash to strike if they can make it happen. The power clan has been spawned from Royalty, but again, a very messy fight, or a very brawly fight, if you will. It is going to end with a delayed 3. Royalty may have held the line for just long enough.
Yeah, and finally getting to respond out with some ink output of their own here, looking to try and take the team fight back to mid. Only one power clam pop from 2Goober 2-Dash, but an insane amount of time to hold down the basket area, Keon. But still, here comes the Stamp and the Kraken going to be trying to maybe create an opening here. So many clams on the side of Royalty as well. No hands to pick them up, though. Unfortunately, 2 power clams going to be online, but that is 2 targets on their backs. As you can see, Infra looking to try to see if they can scope out an opening on the left-hand side here. But David going to be crucial in throwing some bombs to try to displace them a little bit. And still, though, it's going to be just enough for 2 members of Royalty make it 3. Ends up going down to Goober 2-Dash needs to find a really good entry point here. But, I mean, Keon, with the amount of clams that Royalty had there for a few seconds, it seems like 2Goober 2-Dash doesn't have too much to follow up with here.
Yeah, and all these clams are going to be slow spawning up, but that was a good hold from 2Goober 2-Dash there. Royalty was looking for a very fierce push, but the assist from it's honestly an entire team effort there. Che got one side down, and the rest of the team held the line to prevent 2 power clams from being cashed in. Royalty has to now really get their clam economy back up and running. They're gonna lose GTR on that one. It is gonna be Joel as well going down on top of it. Again, this is a very excellent hold from 2Goober 2-Dash in what has effectively become a very defensive battle, if you will. Only just the 1 power clam cashed in from 2Goober 2-Dash. And Royalty still, again, they have the 1 power clam that is available. The pushes are coming slow because 2Goober 2-Dash's defense is doing such a phenomenal job at this stage, and it's burning so much time for Royalty to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, GTR looking to try to hold down some space here, but 2Goober 2-Dash is not allowing any breathing room here. Infra getting a little bit stuck in the ink there. Unfortunate timing there. And I mean, Royalty just out of reach to try to really capitalize on that unfortunate error. And especially with losing 1 member, now you have the vacuum coming out. That's going to create the perfect opening for this basket pop here. With the Wavebreaker 2, this is a very good instance of special stacking, folks. 2Goober 2-Dash having 3 members of Royalty down to the 40 mark, and it just keeps going.
And right on cue, I was about to note the exact same thing. The specials being used expertly by 2Goober, 2-Dash, Wavebreaker on top, rest of the team follows suit. It's just a lot of control that 2Goober, 2-Dash had. And what they originally started off as just the one power clan push turns into a bigger lead. And a Royalty had multiple opportunities, now has to build a better push so far. And 2Goober, 2-Dashers are looking to find ways to prevent that from happening. Their paintbrush shut down though. That is one step to prevent the skirmish from continuing on. They're going to need to look for more picks. They're find 3 themselves, and Royalty will be looking to move forward to see if they can have another chance at a push. But note the time left. It is 30 seconds down, and they've broken the barrier.
Yeah, they need to have really fortunate clam spawns to really get something going here, Keon, especially losing the Viper player. That's a lot of aggression that's going to be out of their hands here. GTR going to be coming in to maybe clear some space. That's 3 members of 2Goober, 2-Dash still being down. A lot of follow-up going to be had here. The basket is still open down to the 32. Joe trying to get a few more clams. There's just a stream of clams going in towards the basket. That's down to the 23 with the lead change at that. They need to just hold on a little bit more for 2Goober, 2-Dash to push this into overtime now with only, I mean, that's at least 1 power clam and a few to follow up to even remotely want to flip the lead, Keon.
Yeah, but they gotta start moving up soon because they lost the tent, they lost the paintbrush. That's a lot of skirmish being down, and that lead change was huge. That's a lot of control that they needed so far. Change trying to build up the space that they can, but there's no push available. Royalty bought just enough time, and the run for 2Goober, 2-Dash is done. Royalty moves on to losers finals to play Inkbound, and that last 30 to 35 seconds for Royalty was so well played.
Absolutely, dude. Wow. I mean, it's okay. I'm gonna quote Nito again because it's one of those things where someone says something and you're like, yeah, okay, you're right. Like that's a good, that's a good nugget. But then it keeps coming up. No lead is safe. No lead is secure because 2Goober, 2-Dash down to the 28 mark. Phenomenal lead to have in Clam Blitz, and especially with the amount of defensive pressure that they have been putting out through the entirety of the game down to the wire. But it didn't matter because Royalty, like, they found their opening. They had the keys to success. They had a really great stream. I think it was around this point where Joe went back and grabbed some power, like some clams in their hands. But you could see at one point a stream of clams being thrown from person to person and up into the basket. They had a great like one push that was just kept the basket open for almost, I mean, like 30 seconds, which again, like, is not a long time, but in the course of a Splatoon game, 30 seconds is a huge amount of time, and especially to keep a Clam Blitz basket open. So
and I was gonna say, it's all enabled by Royalty taking 3 members out of 2Goober, 2-Dash, which built all the space that they needed to get that push start. And I think they actually had 1 power clam on top of it, but keeping the basket open, and there too, 1 member from the back just chucking all the clams so that the other teams can so that the rest of the team, can just pick it up and then throw it right in. It's, again, that team coordination was so on point. It was so expertly played. A lot of kudos to Royalty for, again, 28 to 100 being the points remaining, and no lead, as you noted, was ever safe. Well, Royalty continued to challenge that huge lead the entire way through. That was just excellent. Now they play Inkbound, which should be coming up here shortly.
Yeah, and welcoming Inkbound back to the mainstream here. Once again, you have a phenomenal, what's it called? Viper player coming out from Tetra, but you also have that in Aloha as well. So you have 2 very phenomenal Slayers. You have a great backline player coming out in Kiko. We got to see some of their Hydra gameplay earlier. But I have to say, though, I appreciate Joe using the paintbrush here. A lot of mobility and very powerful, very dangerous on higher places that are higher up. And also GTR has been very fierce in trying to make openings with their Kraken gameplay. So wondering how Royalty is going to try to break the barrier with Inkbound. However, I think Inkbound has very great tools for infiltration, and they've consistently shown it time and time again in very close quarter situations.
And we've seen Inkbound push go as traditional as you can get there. They got a shot, they got a cooler option. So either you have the heavy edit, you have the end zap that we saw from Inkbound earlier. Now it's just trying to put the pieces together. Which weapons do we think will work in this map and against what the other team can dish out? Royalty, GTR, and Joel, I think that's how you pronounce their name, are the 2 members that everybody will need to keep an eye on coming into this losers final set, which will be a best of 5 on top of it. So for Royalty, you continue the run. You continue the run in losers bracket there as well, as I'm quickly just pulling this one up here from round 2 all the way to losers finals for this group. So is momentum still going strong? That's going to be the ultimate question as we get the bracket here as well, Saf.
Yeah, and Royalty's been having a really tough day, honestly, Keon. Look at that.
Yeah.
Literally a 2-1 all the way through until 2 Goober 2 Dash, which is also interesting because 2 Goober 2 Dash has also been having a very successful day, originally on the winner's side of bracket, and then getting knocked down by our folks waiting in the winner's side of things in Grand Finals, Sigma on Earth. Once again, I think Inkbound is really going to be looking for the salty run back, and then Royalty is just going to be looking to go toe-to-toe and potentially find their place on the higher point of the pedestal. So exciting nonetheless. 2 teams that have ran the gauntlet this month, looking to take the win, looking to fight a Sigma on Earth.
I always note as a person who loves a little bit of storytelling here in these tournaments, one continuing the pretty much that run back from round 2, keeping that momentum going, versus a team that wants to exact revenge. Just one, and both teams have a team that's going to be in their way there as well. Of course, queuing up with Barnacle and Dime zones. Of course, we're going to have first map being zones each go around. So both teams, I'd imagine, especially in a best of 5 situation, that of course Inkbound from winners brackets has been dealing with, is set the tone for game 1 and see how the rest of the set goes. And of course, for both teams, they want to avoid going down 2-0 to start off this set right away. Why not get losers final underway here, Saf, as we do see Royalty going to be on the alpha side, Bravo side is going to be Inkbound. As we take a look at the weapons, if you remember from a few sets ago, it's exactly what you expect here.
Yeah, I like this bucket pick coming out from Joe. I appreciate that GTR is opting to actually use Wavebreaker instead, which is interesting to me. You actually have a Crab on the side of Inkbound as well, so good key points for Crab Tank to be taken. Already going to be started for Gogeta up here with the Gogeta, if you will. I like Go Get him. Go get him. Go get him coming out with that Crab Tank. They're in control. Inkbound having the upper hand here for a short time, except David getting 2 really awesome picks right in the close range there with the Inkzuka. That's going to make a huge opening for Royalty here, especially with the Tri-Strikes to follow up. Tetra not really having enough space to find some pain here. They're going to have to opt to jump out. They only had maybe 1 shot left on them before ultimately meeting their demise there, but that's going to be Royalty taking the lead here once again, looking to try to infiltrate the base of Inkbound.
And now how do you build upon that lead that you've already started there? There's going to be the very aggressive cooler that Blush, by the way, on that pencil, dishing out right out of the gate. Zuka just slightly missing Gogeta as well. 2 very close shots, and the Crab Tank stays alive, but it had to drop to lower ground, so it wasn't able to throw in a few lob shots there on the zone. It is going to be 2 members down. Somehow Inkbound gets the zone back with just the 2 members alive, which was the splash and the heavy edit on top of it. So it forces Royalty into those penalty points by themselves a little bit more time, but Royalty is going to swiftly get the zones back. As soon as I say that, it's going to be back and forth. Trade. I love the back and forth that both these teams have, but it's exhausting me just a tiny bit more. Both teams just still duking it out here with for any control of the zone as much as they can.
Yeah, they both are trying to fight with everything that they got. It's been a very neutral position. Finally, though, a 3-member down situation for Inkbound. That's Royalty going to be finding the follow-up here. Gogeta being the last one left alive in the spawning point, but don't turn your back just yet there, GTR, because Inkbound is here to respond. That's going to be them pushing Royalty into the wipeout situation. I mean, you blink and you miss it, Kyon. And now Inkbound having the upper hand here, going to be having a great position to stack specials. Look at that. That's Crab Tank ready. That's Trizuka ready and online. No penalty points standing in their way either. You just have to keep calling the members of Royalty out. That's going to be a huge pick, taking the shot out of the game here. There's space for the Tri-Strikes to happen. However, you have your major painters on the zone there, so that's not even going to matter. As once again, Crab Tank is online for Gogeta for Inkbound here. 2 different members being called out on the right side there. That's a 1-point difference, Keon. But Royalty able to follow through. That's Blush back there on the pencil. That's going to be major painting power. Inkbound now in a 3-down scenario. I mean, wow, what a rise and fall there for Inkbound.
So close there too. The dreaded one-play meme strikes again, and using one of my favorite phrases of a blink and you miss it. That's truly what it was there too. Before you knew it, Inkbound was already counting down a lot of those points. But now they have to kind of get out of those penalty points here soon. Maybe the bubbler's going to help their cause. Another aggressive cooler being dished out. They lose their shot. Actually, both teams losing their shots there, so it's kind of equaling out. But more importantly, they have the crab tank that is available to help clear some space there for Inkbound to play a little bit more aggressive, but they're going to wait to be patient here, look for the time to strike, and that's Tetra with the decaf there as well. One member also going down with the assist from the other team. That is going to be the lead change. Two members going down on top of it. Royalty going 2 down. They're going to have to respawn, and Saf Inkbound out of the penalty points and looking to get more, possibly the KO.
Yeah, the Trizuka there taking 2 members down is going to be a major turning point here for Royalty, though, especially if they can keep it up, which they can because that's multiple members of Inkbound going down now. So now Royalty having a really good position here with the front part of the zone, also looking to maybe take the sniping area as well. That's 4 members of Inkbound kind of bunched up on the right side, looking to try to see if they can poke out. Trizuka's going to try to help out with that, and the bubble's going to allow that extension for just a little bit more here. You have the tri-strikes coming out, though, from Joe to try to respond and just keep a little bit more paint down, allowing a lot of room for Blush to try to follow up with the pencil as well. But again, there's Go-Getta on that crab tank up in the right-hand corner, causing a lot of poking damage, not finding any value quite yet. The reach of the bucket is their demise ultimately. Royalty having no penalty points standing in the way. Keon, this could be where Royalty is going to offer pushback with 3 members going down.
To make that a delayed wipe on top of it too, and that's all that Royalty needs. That was a really prolonged zones cap there, but they were able to win out the fights as much as they can, and that's going to be GG. Well played for game number 1 there. Royalty able to claw their way back, turn it into a KO there, and what Inkbound almost had for certain with that lead on top of it. And one of the many questions I had was, how would Inkbound try to respond here soon? And they almost responded in spades throughout. It was such a back and forth battle, but Royalty comes up with the last laugh, and I think, honestly, it really just chalked down to is who got the zones last in critical moments.
Truly, and I really want to shout out Tetra here, because really the name of the game for Inkbound is infiltration, because Tetra able to come in and take that pit area was so big for Inkbound in the moments that they got into the single-digit area. But like you said, it all comes down to who is going to it's like a turf war, right? It's like that last minute is the crucial moment, like who's going to come out on top and actually take the fight all the way home. And so with Royalty, especially with Royalty having that Trizuka right at the end, David taking a really solid pick, just kind of lobbing right over the wall there. I mean, Royalty was able to swoop in, find at least 2 people down. Once you get that number advantage, like in those key moments, it's kind of like, okay, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, and I think the turf war analogy is just so accurate in that situation too. As the counterbreak coming out of Inkbound is going to be Mako Martara control as well. But going back to that first map there, Saf, the last third, because of how evenly matched both teams were throughout, it really truly did come down to who was getting the zone side last. And I'm actually kind of really excited to see how this best of 5 plays out, not just from a gameplay standpoint, but strategically too. Inkbound coming out with Mako TC. Gonna be, I think there is a sub I believe coming out here, which may lend a little bit more pictures as to why this is getting counterpicked.
Yeah, I would agree with you there of the switch that's being made. I think it'll definitely offer a little bit more mobility for something like tower control, but obviously the key points being, like, wherever that first checkpoint happens to land, you got to be watching the left side, you have to be watching for the flank. So they're switching a flanker for a flanker, but they have different styles of how they like to do it. So I think with having a little bit more obstacles here, it's going to be interesting having Aloha actually switching in for Tetra. But as the crow flies, we don't get to talk about it yet.
But I was gonna say, I think we were both reared up, ready to go. Talk about how this was gonna play out. Try to build up a little bit more tension, if you will, Saf. And then of course the 5 words of miscommunication error has occurred shows up. We'll have to wait and see where that plays out. But I was gonna say, I think that's gonna be the one thing I was gonna be intrigued about from Inkbound and Royalty was how does this counterpick for Inkbound play out? Which I guess, Saf, we'll have to wait a little, maybe.
Well, On that note, you asked me earlier, so I'd like to maybe ask you, how was your Riptide experience? Like I said,
Yeah.
from all the way from the Riptide finals desk down to over here, the IPL production desk on grand finals of Low Ink, September 2024. How was your Riptide experience?
My Riptide experience was awesome, and it was good to see a lot of cool friends from Splatoon, especially you, of course, Saf, as well. But a lot of members from a lot of my different circles. DRF and Nito I was really happy to see from earlier, as well. We got to see Inkfair or Inky on top of it. On top of it, so my Riptide experience was awesome. You noted there too from me hopping into grand finals for Riptide now to the final stages of Low Ink here, September 2024. It feels like home.
Really.
It really was lateral too. Also the added bonus of opening Riptide as well. So I basically got both ends of the Riptide experience. It was a lot of fun, and I know I asked you earlier in the break, but how was yours?
It was phenomenal. Getting to see all your friends is always such a great feeling. And it's hard because it's like it's been said before, since these events keep growing and growing, it's really hard to actually get to talk to everybody. And so sometimes the people you spend time with when you start to go to more and more of these things, like, it's different every time. Like, I feel like you get like your key group of people that you tend to maximize your time with. However, it feels like there's other people that you don't get to see as often, and it kind of just depends on like what's happening throughout the day, if you get to really talk to them as much, and how many people, like the sheer amount of people that are actually there. I actually just had the Riptide Start GG open a little bit ago. There was 2,000 attendees, a little more than that total for the whole event. So like, you know, a fraction of that is Splatoon. But it's like there's a lot of people. You see a lot of people, a lot of faces. It's really overwhelming, but it's
even more people as well, which that's a whole lot on that thought. So we're always gonna be stretching them to talk about more people.
Yeah,
so
put a pin in
action.
Put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. We don't got time for that. We're in Low Ink losers finals right now, Keon. Like, what are you even talking about Riptide for? Anyway, that's over and done with. Okay, so so Kiko switching over to the Headit. You have also the Carbon Roller coming out as well for Inkbound. Again, the range. Inkbound has a lot of range and wears many hats. As a team with a lot of players on their roster. So Larry looking to try to take a fight with GTR. That GTR going to be the successor, though. With the follow-up from the Headed, though, that's going to be Major as Go Geta positioning themselves well with the Crab Tank on the tower. That's first checkpoint going to fall for Inkbound. So really strong punch being thrown here in the first 30 seconds by Inkbound. But Royalty, this Blaster, Keon, coming out from GTR, this is going to be a thorn in Inkbound's side.
That's one of the many things Inkbound has to deal with. You noted was that range blaster. It's going to be curious to see how GTR is going to be able to turn that into Royalty's advantage. And the thing I had a lot of eyes on is Inkbound switch to the Carbon Roller deco, and they are also supplying that with a lot of paint. So this is going to be a Carbon Roller deco that will just be looking for a lot of picks deep into Royalty's base, and then try to build up with those Zukas. So this could be the Inkbound strategy seems to be clear so far, but I'm gonna be intrigued if Royalty has a way to counter that through. It's already gonna be a delayed 3. The first points are gonna be on the board here for Royalty, and they're still able to find a lot more. A lot of ground's been lost from Inkbound. Royalty looking for the first punch here, looking to clear the first checkpoint even.
Yeah, I don't think Inkbound was really ready for the team fight, unfortunately. So Royalty going to be launching themselves through the first checkpoint. 2 members going down, though, make it 3. That is going to have to force the pencil to backtrack. So Inkbound looking for the opening that they desired here. You have Go Geta offering a lot of painting power. It seems a little bit more supportive this time around, Keon, with their crab tanks too, especially. Definitely holding a lot of more distance for themselves so that they can use it to the full fruition. Larry looking to try to get a pick off of the ledges here, but not finding any value, as I believe that was a burst bomb taking them out here. But look at that opening pressure that David was going to be trying to take, but that's Gogeta up on the ledge with 2 members down going on Inkbound. It seems like Inkbound is a lot more delayed coming into the map this time. And so they're not quite ready for whenever the team fight is going to occur from Royalty. So it seems like Royalty is really good at throwing like a larger punch, but Inkbound is really good, I feel like, in their 1v1 fights.
A few train of thoughts that helps the plan, possibly the slow starts that we're seeing from Inkbound there is one, trying to get full control of the map. Look for Wit, and then the current roller, of course, trying to find avenues to strike against Royalty, but Royalty's been snuffing them out each go-around, which is why we're kind of seeing a lot of these plays kind of being a little slow developed there, which lends a little bit more advantage to Royalty if they can afford to play a little bit more aggressive. We do get to see David there with the pick onto Kiko on top of it too, and is able to take down 2, and it is going to slow down any sums of defense that Inkbound is going to have, which they lost the card roller deck on top of it. Things could go out of control in a hurry there too. Zuka not quite able to find Aloha, so able to live for another day, but they can't get past 63 points remaining here. David is still right at the tower, but it is going to be 2 down. This Royalty push is going to get stalled out here, Saf.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like Inkbound is a lot more staggered, but they're being staggered at the front of their base. So it's like as soon as you take one of them out, somebody else is immediately back in. Like they're not going to be gone for very long. So this is now Inkbound once again with the follow-up here. You can see all members of Royalty trying to get stacked up on that left-hand side there, but not with Gogeta on that crab tank, launching at least one good shot there to get 1 pick. Definitely a lot of poke came out from that as well, but I mean, not enough range coming up from the teammates to really help out much more with that. So a minute and some change left, and now you can see Royalty going to be pushing up on the right-hand stack there, especially leaving room for Blush and for David there. A double assist pick. Not sure who really got the final say in that fight there, but that's going to be Royalty with less than a minute remaining here, looking to try and take some space, and especially now with 2 members down, that's a huge advantage that they have here. They got to be watching for Aloha, though, Keon.
Yeah, they gotta watch out for Aloha, but Aloha is shut down, and Aloha needed that hammer to really strike big for them. And with 3 members going down, the lead changes hands. 35 seconds left to go. They clear the second checkpoint. The cooler's been dished out. This is gonna be full aggression now for Royalty. If they can make this one count, the Zuka finds a double on top of it, and the defense crumbles like a deck of cards, and it will be the 3rd checkpoint cleared. This could snowball into a KO here. It happened so fast, Saf, you couldn't believe it. It's a 2-0 set lead for Royalty.
Royalty knows how to play the long game. They know how to play the long game because that was consistently pretty neutral throughout the first 2 games of this set. And as soon as the last minute bell has chimed, that is when Royalty locks in, because this is where the lead change happens. You have Blush dancing around the tower, the cooler comes out, David finding a top heavy position with the Trizuka. There's so many surfaces for the Trizuka to find contact with, and especially the poke coming out from the teammate that is below that little box on the right hand side with the strike. Like, everything stacks so well for Royalty here, and then you have just enough people that can just replace themselves on the tower when their other teammate goes down. I mean, just incredible gameplay from especially from David in those closing seconds there. So Inkbound keeps getting really comfortable near the end, and it keeps forcing them to have to push through the counterpicking scenario. So Clamblitz Robo Ramen is going to be their counterpick, and it really does seem like Inkbound truly shines on Clamblitz. So hopefully Robo Ramen can offer a similar feeling, a similar outcome. I mean, who's to say?
That's going to be the intriguing thing here for Inkbound, because here's the other wrinkle to the counterpicks here, Saf. This is Inkbound's effectively, this is Inkbound's last counterpick against Royalty. If they win the next 2, Royalty has counterpicks the rest of the way. It's a really rough place to be in for Inkbound, so they gotta make this count for Robo Ramen. Clan Blitz. And obviously to quote a couple times, I believe Popgun would mention this to Saf tier 2, is you do not want to be down 2-0 in a counter pick situation there as well, because you effectively burn both your counter picks really early, and now Royalty will be looking to get the upper hand and go for the win in this best of 5 here in losers final. So I'd imagine though, Saf, Inkbound should not be rattled in this situation. They have to win the next 3. It will be a very difficult road, but if it's anything we can attest from Inkbound, they're still a very tough team, especially with how game two, at least before the last 35 seconds played out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Inkbound gets in a comfortable position where they're like, all right, like this much time has passed, like we can just kind of play it more safe. We can play defense, like just kind of space ourselves out. But with Royalty, it's like they just need that one opening when it's in the last minute. Like they save all of their strength for the final moments to really like hash it all out. It's like they literally take the entire game to gather information, dynamo, and then it's like they try to gather some information, and then that's when they take the final moment to strike. And so I feel that Inkbound, or like you said, Inkbound having to burn up their counter picks, having to use their last counter pick on Clan Blitz, I feel like this could be where they want to try to turn it around, but I'm wondering where the chumps fit into all of this. The chump it all, if you will.
This is going to be the intriguing pick here from Royalty, is the Gold Dynamo making a grand appearance. I usually see Gold Dynamos, especially in Ramen, but more in the context for zones. Clams is going to be intriguing there too. I believe this could make sense with the way with how the openings work for the basket in Ramen Clan Blitz, especially where the basket's located. So that's going to be the one thing to keep an eye there for Inkbound. Or excuse me, Royalty. That's that scene that has the Gold Dynamo. Inkbound, on the other hand, I think almost went with a wholesale change with the 52, the custom blaster, excuse me, and then of course for those who may still believe in Neo Splash, that's making their appearance as well. So I'm gonna be curious to see how all the puzzle pieces for Inkbound with all these changes fundamentally play out here as Saf, as I feel like we've said a couple maps ago, kind of a neutral game.
Yeah, it still seems to be at that point. You have Joe and GTR trying to push up together here. GTR offering just kind of waves of pain. It does mean that Inkbound has to keep their distance a little bit. I mean, their furthest range being the Headit for sure, and having to be a little more supportive with the Neo Splash as well. But that's going to be 2 members of Inkbound going down. The Strikes as well going to try to follow up. That's Gogeta on the Blaster, taking down the Onslaught from the Bucket that was going to get the position from Royalty. So they do have a power clam online, and it looks like we're kind of waiting for our teammates to spawn back in, but not much to say when the game kind of gets in a neutral state like this. Like, you're trying to get your specials stacked, you're trying to maybe get a pick or 2 in to see if you can like make some sort of opening, but I feel like Keon, with the specials and the changes that we have, what do you think a key to success would be here?
For both teams, there are a few things I'd like to keep an eye on. Is Royalty will, if we pay attention to a specials context there, the chumps are likely going to be the last specials to be used. It's going to have to be enabled by building up the space there. Either you get picks with the Zuka, and then the trip strikes to help clear out that space is going to be the big thing. Of course, ignore the elephant in the room that the cooler is going to be there, which is the big value. For Inkbound, it's kind of all over the place. I'd imagine the Neo Splash is going to be there to help provide paint and a lot more cover to get as much ground as they can. They also have the custom blaster, hopefully either defensively or offensively to do the same idea with the push. And of course, you have the 52 to help build up some offense there. GTR shuts down what could have been a possible push for Inkbound. The Gold Dynamo kind of still working large. You got to respect it each time. So those are the things I'd like to keep an eye on. Again, if you pay attention to a specials context as well. And we're about 3 minutes in, Saf. There is no score on the board.
No score on the board. I'm enjoying watching DTR actually jump back to their teammates as a Gold Dynamo as well. They've been really maintaining their distance well, because consistently Inkbound is known for, it seems like, getting a lot of poking damage onto people. And oh my gosh, here comes David once again, bulldozing through the competition with the Trizuka. That's going to be 2 different people down again, looking to try to get a third. Got a really great assist there. That's going to be folks of Inkbound getting a little staggered, trying to come back into the map here. You can see Aloha trying to spread out the Killer Whale. That's actually a very great displacement tool, because as you can see, both footballs were forced to actually back up. They still have great control over mid, but that's going to be Aloha waiting for a teammate to try to follow up with them here, as Royalty is actually getting closed back into their spawning point.
A little surprised there that even with the Zuka double, they still had to forcibly retreat, especially with the displacement there. So that was interesting. Good for Inkbound, but Royalty still will be strong with the 2 power clams. They take out. There's 3 members down on Inkbound, but so is 2 for Royalty, and the direct lands from. I know it's gonna either Gogeta, but whatever you have nailed a direct. That was huge there, and Inkbound still working large. It allows one of the power clams to despawn, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. They lose 1 power clam in the on offensive from Royalty side. Inkbound is still losing members, but the way these pushes are developing, they are effectively very slow developing as we speak. Triptrix there to help clear out the space. The custom blaster going down, that might be huge. Right now, GTR has to escape. There are 2 power clams online here, Saf, as they do retreat. Could we be seeing either at least a 6-minute OT the way things are going, or is Royalty looking to look for the first punch here? GTR gets 1-for-1 trade. Saf, 8 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, so many power clams on the board too. We just went from 22 to 16 for Royalty and 2 members down. You can see that they're trying to back up as fast as they can, but Inkbound is being really aggressive here. However, there's no clams or power clam online for them to really do anything about it. So that's going to be Joe having to leave that 1 power clam behind. Finally, you can see Kiko trying to follow up behind there with a power clam of their own. And the infiltration technique from Inkbound is going to come through here. The jump with the power clams coming in. Not enough time, though, to throw it in there, so that is going to suspend the push even further from Inkbound. But that is... What? Where did they jump into? Oh my god, we need to slow the replay down. We need to slow it down. That's going to be the question of the day, is where was Gogeta? Where was Geta? Where were they? Okay, so overtime push is happening. We're in the first couple seconds. Joe backs off. The power clam's in their hands. We're going to fast forward a little bit. So here comes Larry on the side. Gogeta's down. Kiko follows up with the clam. This is kind of where things are going to start to shift a little bit. You see all 4 members of Inkbound getting set up here. You can see Aloha breaking through, making a trail, and the tri-strikes are going to follow up with them. The jump coming in. Not sure who that is jumping. That's Kiko jumping. Power clam falls down. There's somebody there on the left. Larry's there on the left. So where is Gogeta?
Yeah, that's what. So where does Gogeta come in? Did Gogeta come in from the other side? It's the other side.
Other side. They come in from the far left side, from the perspective of Royalty spawn. The far left hand side. It seemed like maybe they were just waiting there for the perfect moment to strike, and it was, and they did.
You know what? A lot of credit to Gogeta recognizing that everybody was so invested. From the perspective of Inkbound, just the right side defense, because they sent what 3 members were being sent in from Inkbound. It's like, okay, we're gonna try to attack from the front. Gogeta is like, no, I'll take the other direction. Just distract them a little bit. The power climb is in great position. And the trail of paint there was just enough. And again, I think, pardon me, if I want to give credit to Inkbound there, Saf, a little bit misdirection, but with a purpose, if you will. And Royalty was just caught a little off guard.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you there. I mean, they had the keys to success in their hands through the entirety of that match. They had 3 different members down. I mean, Gogeta really waited that one out. They really played the long game with that before moving in to try to strike. And I'd imagine that once they saw things start to topple with the original push, that's when they decided, like, I have to do something here. And as you said, like, once the camera panned over, you could see the trail of ink from that far left side. So a very subtle paint job going on over there, while everything else was happening right in front of us. So well played by them, very patient play by them. But so as we were saying before, moving on to what's on the screen here, Royalty now being in the counter pick situation. Rainmaker Crableg is going to be their pick, which I believe, Kyon, we just saw this as a counter pick, no? And wasn't it actually from Inkbound, or was it? It was
Inkbound. It was Inkbound.
Yeah, interesting. So that's a huge upper hand for Royalty, or for Inkbound, actually. That could be.
I feel like Inkbound is. I think Inkbound, considering the fact that they did counterpick again against Sigma from Sigma on Earth, that is, they may bring out a similar-ish game plan against Royalty, and I think I could imagine some members thinking about like, okay, they actually counterpicked a map that we try to counterpick against Sigma in a sense, but contextually though, it's two different teams in this case. Inkbound will be a little bit more prepared for Royalty, but now this time it's gonna be Royalty on that end for Crab Lake Capital Rainmaker, and this is gonna be the one I'm intrigued about. We saw Inkbound go wholesale on their weapon changes in the previous one, and almost worked in the last minute. Basically, it did work up until the last minute. The question is, how does it work here? And Kiko's, I believe, back to that Hydra with the screen. There's a stamper on the board here for Royalty. That's the changes that we have here, Sam.
Yeah, and I like this a lot because Joe has changed what they play in almost every round that we've seen them in, which I think is so much fun. So Rainmaker Pop actually... Poor Larry getting taken down in the Rainmaker Pop right away. That's going to allow Joe and David to infiltrate through. That's 3 members being taken down. That's Royalty, Keon, making the first throw into popping the checkpoint.
Yeah, just that 3-down situation. Just was like, all right, we'll just take the checkpoint. What's the easiest one we can find? Going to be on the left-hand side. That's where they've opted to, and why not at that stage? So now the bigger question, Inkbound already down with the checkpoint. There's still plenty of time, of course. 4 minutes and 17 seconds is an eternity. Unless Royalty has other plans. Already popped that Rainmaker, jumping right through with catching with 62 points on the board. The screen's being dished out there. It's going to displace Royalty a bit. They're trying to make sure they avoid going dark. And as Joel kind of retreating a little bit there on top of it, it does buy themselves enough space. Inkbound should hold for another day. That's a strong opening push, though, from Royalty there, Sam.
Yeah, that's incredible from Royalty. Getting the Rainmaker up onto the platform already, is going to be a really big momentous push for Royalty. Inkbound really needs to be watching their steps here. You can see, though, they have a really solid hold on mid. That's going to be Kiko following up with the pick onto David and picking up the Rainmaker as well. Seeing a repeat, actually, of what Inkbound did previously. That's going to be them clapping back and taking the first checkpoint of their own. The Ink Mines here going to be huge and holding some space for Kiko, but David is so fierce on that Trizuka, they do have to be forced to jump out. So that is going to be Royalty trying to respond here, and already you can see folks are trying to push up and maybe allow some safe passage for David here, but that's Larry on the Crab Tank in a very high position with a wall to boot as well to maybe prevent any more damage to be had, and Joe coming out on the Zipcaster. That's going to be 2 different members of Inkbound going down here. Again, in a neutral state for sure, but I feel like Joe is being a lot more challenging towards people with being on this Stamper.
I think that Stamper Joel has a goal with that Stamper is just trying to use a Zipcaster and then look to see if they can catch Royalty off guard with any of the angles they could find, and that's gonna be the big challenger from Inkbound is how do you even deal with the newfound aggression that Joel's gonna be the one dishing out. Again, both teams in a no checkpoint situation right now, so free reign depends on what. So that's why team fights are going to be more important. It also depends on who stays up the most. That's what I was going to note there as well. Cooler's going to be the one is also going to be dished out there from Royalty. They burned the Cooler as well. The Rainmaker is going to get dropped there as well. Larry's going to get a nice little pick there on top of it. And as you noted, it's been a neutral situation and still going strong there. Joel trying to see if they can find any advantages with the Stamper. Believe it's not going to find anybody from what I see there on the side. But Inkbound takes out 3, and this will be the lead change.
Yeah, Larry barely making that jump there, taking it down to the 20 mark, but all of that distractionary pressure allowing the other members of Inkbound to push forward. That's Aloha on the pit area here, and that's 2 different folks from Royalty immediately shifting their attention. 2 members of Inkbound now going down, make it 3. That's going to prevent any more forward momentum for them at this point, but 20 on the board from Inkbound. Royalty going to be needing to follow up with a few more points of their own, and that the Zipcaster. I always the one special that I always struggle with forgetting the name of is the Zipcaster. Every time, and I can't explain why that is. Anyways, Zipcaster is online, or it was online, was going to be used, but that's 2 different members of Royalty getting stuck in the corner there. Look at Aloha being able to push up and use the Killer Whale. Now Inkbound having the Rainmaker in their possession once again. Keon, they're not satisfied with the 20 points, especially with less than a minute left to go.
So the timer's gonna be around 10 seconds or 9 seconds or so. So they wouldn't be able to stall it as much as they could have in that situation. Inkbound doesn't, as you know, there too. Inkbound may not be satisfied, but will it come back to slowly bite them because there is gonna be some space that Royalty needs to build. And Davis starts throwing out any miracle Zuka shots there. Not gonna find anybody else, but Inkbound is getting staggered out here. They're losing members in delayed situations, which may build up a lot of space for Royalty to strike there, but Gogeta breaks free, trying to find those blaster directs, not able to find them whatsoever, as the Rainmaker is now pushing up to the right-hand side. Inkbound has gone 2 down. This could be the same script from before, but they lose 3. Again, it's another delayed wipe. There's all the members of Royalty moving up ahead, and they will get the lead with a 1-point difference. It happened again here, Saf. 5 seconds left to go on the clock. 2 members have gone down. Picking up the Rainmaker there as well for 2 extra points. Overtime is going to kick in. Aloha is going to be the one to hold the Rainmaker for effectively the rest of the duration here. The question is, can Joel find the pick that they need? Not able to do so. Will be lurking large. They're going to have to find picks. There's the retreat there as well. Inkbound still moving right up ahead there. Gogeta's trying to see if they can find any more directs on that layer there. The burst bomb is going to be coming through there as well. Screen being used. 2 members have gone down. This is going to be a slow march to the finish line. I can only imagine there as the Zuka shots threatening Aloha from Aloha's in. They all collapse onto it. And Saf, it happened again. Inkbound loses the lead in the last 20 seconds.
The long
Royalty
game
wins 3-1.
The long game, my friend. I'm saying it now. I will say it again. They're very good at playing this. When people talk about playing the game patiently, this is the set that they need to be looking at. This is the set they need to be looking at because Royalty can do just that. They really make you think that it's going to be a challenging battle for them to try to bounce back from it. They really make us think that Inkbound has all the cards on the table. But really, Royalty comes down with a royal flush at that. They come down and slap that in front of all of us, and they take it down to a 3-1 scenario. But every game that they took, they narrowly took the lead back with less than a minute remaining or in overtime. So, the huge win coming from Royalty. I'm really excited to see them move forward, especially with the fight that Sigma on Earth has been bringing to us. So, Grand Finals coming up next year, folks. Feeling super excited for this one, Keon. It's going to be really fun.
This is going to be an entertaining matchup. And how about Royalty making the run from losers bracket all the way to Grand Finals? Saf, is it safe to say, especially with this, I believe all 3 wins came in at the last 30 seconds where they can swap lead. I could be wrong on the Barnacle and Dime Zones. It's been that long ago. But Saf, Royalty, I feel like, are having a lot of momentum on their side, but they got a very challenging final boss ahead of them.
They do, but getting to see that type of patience, though, I have no qualms or doubts in my mind that they're going to be putting up a really solid fight, and I really think a lot of the keys to success here are going to be just super mindful of the folks that are going to be more aggressive, like especially having Knight on that decav. Like, decav has not left us yet, folks. Like,
no,
it's still here to stay. We're still talking about it. We won't stop talking about it. So Knight has been a really key player on the decav. You also have Orphan as a huge support role. They were actually the Nova player, I believe, for Sigma on Earth that we got to see on the stream earlier today. So, I mean, you have a lot of heavy hitters for Sigma on Earth, but you also, with the gameplay that we saw from Royalty can really play the long game. They can play the long haul. They can play the 8-minute clan blitz game, and still pull through on the games that trickle in afterwards. So.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the intriguing thing now as well. Intriguing thing here for Royalty, we saw from winners finals. Even it feels like it's been that long ago there, Saf, with Knight just cooking with that mint decav there as well. So Royalty's gonna have to figure out the next step to solving it. But there are 2 very long clan blitz matchups in Ramen. They're pretty much equipped for anything that goes, and this is a very, very strong team. We saw Sigma from earlier with that mint decav ball. They got a very, very balanced team ahead that knows how to play a lot of facets of the game there. Royalty will have to do this twice, by the way, too, coming out of the losers brackets. See if they can run this one back. But again, momentum's been on Royalty side for a good while now. So the question is, can they make it to the finish line, or Sigma is just going to close the door on them? I feel like, Saf, time is going to tell here coming up in Grand Finals.
And as the crow flies once again, Keon, the other way this time, opening up on splat zones, which is always what's going to be happening. So splat zones on Makomart, lots of flanking points. I wouldn't be surprised if Knight kept on playing that decavitator role. Coming out from Royalty though, I mean, they gotta be watching out for David, Keon. I hope that Sigma on Earth has been maybe taking some notes while they've been kind of waiting in the interim period for Royalty to meet them here. Because I really feel that David, with their Trizuka, has been so key for a lot of Royalty's success, and especially in the really crucial moments that they keep really doing good special stacking down to the wire for. So I'm always someone that's gonna root for the underdog, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm always gonna root for the underdog, but I really appreciate the type of gameplay that Sigma on Earth has brought to us. Because I mean, and to be fair too, like, they've been waiting. They've gotten to like take a break, and like you said, Royalty is immediately coming in from a really hard fought battle, from the losers finals side. So I mean, they gotta keep it going. The long game continues. The long game continues.
If there's anything that Royalty has on their side, the last two has not gone the distance there. They had a 2-0, then a 3-1 there. The last six maps has been a total of 5-1 in the map victories, so that has been on their side. Nova players gonna be dished out again. A lot of eyes on Knight with the decav. Rest team's gonna help support them. We kick off game 1 here in Grand Finals, of course, in Mako zones. First cap already on the board there from Royalty. Dueling sloshers that are both out of the picture, at least in the interim. It is gonna be 2 down from Royalty, though. Sigma on Earth at least able to take 2. They should be able to get the zones back here in just a quick moment, and that first punch is only gonna be 16 points on the board there. Sigma looking for the response here, Zach.
Yeah, and you got Joe trying to follow up on the left-hand side, narrowly escaping, getting one pick, looking to try to maybe poke in for a second. The Inkjet's going to make that pretty challenging, though, but once again, with David following up on the Trizuka, not going to find too much value with it, even with the suction bomb trying to help out as well. So that is a lead change coming out, but Joe is going to have so much space here to push forward after those tri-strikes come out. So that's going to be Royalty, like, eliminating the penalty points, but it's not going to really matter for long, as Sigma on Earth is going to come in and clap back just as hard. So once again, pretty neutral terms. It seems like everybody's kind of feeling each other out at this moment. I really appreciate the Nova coming out, though, in the opening bouts, Keon. I mean, good supportive pressure, but I don't know if it's the right call. I feel like maybe it seems like maybe if Knight wants to get a little bit more, I don't know, I guess ballsy's not the right word. If they want to get a little bit more confident, aggressive, confident, I feel like they maybe want something that can also follow up with them, but maybe I could be wrong here because we're pretty neck and neck so far in terms of score.
This could be, I feel like I'm going to say this twice now in this session, this could boil down to who has the zones last, but I think Royalty is going to have other ideas. This is a lot of momentum, by the way, on their side right now. They've taken this down to about 32 points remaining, and they've also won on a few key fights there. That's a crucial pick, by the way, onto the range blaster as well, I believe, from GTR on top of it. Now they have to collapse onto the zone. Zone's going to be neutralized. The Trip Strike should be able to secure it for Sigma there. That is going to stop the points from being chunked down further, but now let's see if Sigma can try to play a little bit more aggressive or play advantageous. You lose Knight in the process. That is going to be a good chunk of your aggression slightly going down. Nova's going to go down on top of it as well, and GTR still needs to look for openings there, but they're out of the penalty points, and it is going to be a delayed 3, and this should be Royalty. They neutralize it. They should be able to get the zones back, and they will.
Yeah, that was a great breakout point there, especially with Flush following up with a lot of those pencil strikes. It left a lot of space to work with for Royalty to break back in, but that's going to be Knight breaking through on the right-hand side. 2 members of Royalty going down, and the flank is going to maybe take place here from Knight as members respawn in, but a Splat Bomb is going to prevent that process from taking full fruition here, as finally you can see Royalty trying to break in on the right-hand side, but the strikes being perfectly placed there, Keon. Penalty now being eliminated here, but the strikes of their own from Royalty coming out with David following up on that Trizuka shot as well. Killer Whale's going to provide some displacement here, but not too much for Sigma on Earth. Sigma on Earth looking to maybe use some more special stacking, but Keon, it seems like maybe making that a little bit more challenging. Royalty is going to be taking it down to the 19 mark. But are we going to see maybe a shift in roles here, as Sigma on Earth has actually given them a run for their money?
Yeah, that's gonna be a key thing here for Royalty. This has been this defense needs to be very tough the entire way through, and they've taken out 3. Every time you feel like Sigma on Earth is gonna strike big with a critical push to their own, the rest of Royalty, which by the way got the delayed wipeout, is able to hold the line once more. As for Royalty, they gotta keep that momentum up there too. For this group, I've been able to take out some key members here from Sigma on Earth. Again, Knight kind of been neutralized a little bit in this session here. We're gonna call it their name. They take out GTR, but that's a trade that Royalty will happily take any day here in this map, as they're gonna be out of the penalty points. Lead is gonna extend here for just a little bit longer. They do lose a shot. That is a good chunk of their painting going down there as well. A fight for the zone. They're gonna lose a sniper. That's a good chunk of their painting. 3 members have gone down. Saf, yes, it is gonna be some extra points of lore, but Sigma on Earth will need to capitalize, especially with the 3-down situation, but Azuka has other plans.
Yeah, Nacho is going to have to retreat just a little bit to maybe recover from that shot there. Again, you got to be watching for David. They get at least 1 pick every time they have a Trizuka in their hands, but look at Sale bringing up the rear here, taking 3 members down on Royalty. That's going to be a wave breaker from Royalty coming out. So the tracking is going to be happening. However, that's still 2 members of Royalty going down. Sigma on Earth switching the script here and taking lead in the single digits now, with only a few seconds left remaining. GTR looking to try to make an opening, but there's no time left, Keon. That's Sigma on Earth cruising through on game 1.
I wasn't kidding when I noted that whomever has the zones last will likely will take advantage, and it's because how close both teams were basically playing. Their splash plays right out of the gate there for Royalty, able to take that home with a huge lead. The issue though is Sigma's aggression was able to find picks against Royalty in huge moments. The defense not quite strong enough from Royalty, as well as we're gonna get to see the replay there. Again, the Slosher having to so waiting on respawn, they lose GTR, the shot's gonna go down effectively. You know the lead's gonna change hands, and then you lose a sniper. Oh, right, that's so much pain being lost there. Signal is just gonna run that one all the way home for the KO with 6 seconds left to go. So get Sigma on Earth last seconds and getting that lead and the KO. Royalty though still have a couple more opportunities, and this counterpick is gonna have to be crucial here, Saf.
Yeah, so Sigma on Earth getting a really solid win on Splatoons. But hey, I mean, that was Sigma on Earth giving Royalty a taste of their own medicine, right? It's like in the final moments, they came back and they won with very little time left to spare. And so now Royalty has to kind of sit with that and see how that feels, now being put in the counterpick scenario. So do they go with what they were counterpicking last time when they were forced in that, like down the line? Or do they want to go with something a little bit more upfront now that they are maybe being forced into this scenario a little bit earlier than they were expecting? But it's like you said, they are maybe a little bit tired from their last match. They had to come in and play against Sigma on Earth from a very challenging losers finals. So it's like they got to try to maybe rebound in some kind of way that can be advantageous for them here in this counterpick. So I'm not really sure what Sigma on Earth could really do to try to combat a change coming from them. I do think it's interesting that Sigma on Earth can really combat Blush on the pencil coming out from Royalty. I think that's been a pretty interesting sight to watch. So Rainmaker Crab Leg Capital, so much crab legs
Deja vu
today. Keon, like God, we live here today. Counterpick coming out from Royalty. They really like this map. They like it here.
This is gonna be intriguing. So remember Winners Finals a couple moments ago when you saw Inkbound went counterpicking Crab Leg Capital Rainmaker? Royalty is gonna do the exact same thing here in game 2. From Winners Finals, Sigma on Earth was able to take out Inkbound there, with Inkbound not able to break through the checkpoint. Royalty, we saw from the previous set, able to take that one home, with their own counterpick. So now the ultimate question becomes: can they outmaneuver Sigma on Earth with this counterpick? Time is gonna tell. Joe's on that stamper. That makes a lot of sense for this one. And on the other side, it's the 96 Gal. That was a key thing that Sigma on Earth needed to win that Crab Leg Rainmaker matchup. Game 2 is gonna be queuing up here, Saf.
Yeah, you cannot allow Sigma on Earth to get remotely comfortable on that upper right-hand corner, Keon, because every time Orphan was on that vacuum there, that was all snowballs from Sigma on Earth once they had the Rainmaker in possession. So with the opening fights, though, going on in the midsection, there is that vacuum there trying to maybe help out, provide a little bit of assistance for some passage for Knight coming out through there. Not going to find contact with anyone up on the platform. Knight barely getting to taste the pedestal before going down. So no checkpoint taken here by Sigma on Earth. That's going to be Royalty following up here. GTR needing to jump out and reposition themselves. But still, Sigma on Earth not laying up on the gas here. That's a huge pick coming out from Nacho. That's going to be the Blaster getting taken out of the game here. But still, with 2 members down on Royalty, Blush and David are just enough to keep the paint on their side going.
Yeah, and that reset will Royalty will at least take, but the shot going down is gonna maybe slow this one down a little bit. Inkbound popped a little early there. From what it could be just trying to build up the space for this group to take this one through. As it is gonna be Knight again taking on GTR. They're gonna go for the left hand side. Should be the checkpoint here soon, I would think, but no, they're only gonna cash in on 3 more points there. Sigma on Earth goes 2 down once again. Royalty is at least able to hold the line again there. Preventing that from getting out of control, but Sail is able to fight on the other side, not able to cash that one home. I cannot believe it. Royalty losing 3 though. Knight strikes again to the late wipe, but this should be the first checkpoint, and it will.
Okay, Knight risking their lives there to take themselves out to at least get that first checkpoint, but that is going to be a huge momentum push for Sigma on Earth here. You can see Orphan trying to utilize the last of their vacuum to break open the Rainmaker there. As you can see, maybe trying to see if they want to go up the right-hand side. That is going to be Knight trying to see if they can go in for the flank, but that's 3 different members of Royalty looking at Knight right now, Keon, with one of them going down, but also trading out with the bucket here. So David's going to try to see if they can use this Trizuka to open up something in the midsection there. Not really having too much follow-up, though, from the teammates there, especially the Sprinkler. The Sprinkler always coming through just a little bit for that extra ink power, Keon.
Always true, especially that Sprinkler could mean a lot of things in the grand scheme of things. This is going to be Joel trying to play this one very patiently, able to take out the ink back, and it is going to be one member up there, but the Slosher might be lurking large. In fact, it was a clutch pick overall there from Sail. Sail's able to prevent the check from being cashed in, and this jump is going to get punished a little bit sooner rather than later. Knight has to retreat just a tiny bit more. But I've noted there too, that pick was so critical because it prevents the first check from being cashed in. But Sigma and Earth are still going to go 2 down. Nevertheless, Knight is able to take out 1. They're going to trade for their lives, but the Rainmaker is going to reset. Royalty has to start again.
Yeah, look at Joe trying to follow up here and take out Orphan of the process. You can see Knight trying to jump in, but that's going to be Joe knowing exactly where their landing point's going to be. But a lot of pressure coming out from the ball point here, but that's 3 members of Sigma on Earth down. This could be really big for Royalty. With 3 members down, it's perfect opportunity for David to try to pop this first checkpoint, but it's not going to be quite enough as Nacho's going to follow up with the ball point and take them out here. There's so much pink on the field, and even with Knight trying to break through, it's not going to be quite enough. That's Royalty breaking that first checkpoint there. So similar positions right now for Sigma on Earth and Royalty with a minute and some change left.
This is almost gonna be pretty evenly matched the rest of the way through. It's gonna come down to who finds the entrance. Knight's able to find 1, but they are gonna trade 2 members of Sigma on Earth for their lives for it. And Sigma on Earth, I can only imagine, trying to see if they can play this one a little aggressively, able to stay alive, but the Rainmaker's gonna get dropped once more. David with a critical pick there. On top of it, Knight's gonna get traded out. It's 3 members down. The Rainmaker kind of in a tough position there. Royalty will just need to move a few inches past the checkpoint to swipe lead. And Sack, it's been so evenly matched, it feels like now, but this and the Rainmaker, how this push is going to play out is going to be critical. Joel's going to try to look for that opening. Knight is going to go down. The Rainmaker is going to be reset. I feel like this is going to be a very tense finish coming up here, Sack.
Yeah, the right-hand side is going to be the great place for them to go. They get up on the side. That is going to be the lead change. All they had to do was just surmount the little section on the wall there, but that's still 3 members down on Royalty, Keon. The push coming out from GTR was going to be something, and Joe trying to help the follow-up, especially with that jump coming in. Not going to be quite as useful, though, as they were hoping to. So that is Sigma on Earth trying to get the Rainmaker pushed up here. Nacho is going to opt to pick it up. Only a few seconds left, though. GTR is going to be taken out. That is a lot of range on their side. But like I said, Keo, look at this. And a lot of it has to do with that vacuum being in such a great position from Orphan. So that's 30 seconds left on the dot for Sigma to try to even get it any further. They have so many people left to go and clutch it up and take us into game number 3. Again, Royalty really getting a taste of their own medicine here, Keon. It's really hard to dabble with and follow up with.
Basically the reverse script, if you will, for Royalty. Royalty would swipe leads in the last 30 seconds. Sigma will just do the same. And this is, I believe, championship point for Sigma and Earth to see if they can be the winners of Lowing for this month. And Royalty understood the assignment, having to move up a few inches to get the lead. The problem is Knight had full clearance into the back line, and it's almost inevitable when the ink that gets popped, the lead's just gonna change hands. Nacho trying to put it in a position where it might be tough for Royalty to get it back. I mean, either way, the blaster is gonna be up regardless, using the triple ink strikes to just pick up the Rainmaker and just take it all the way home. All you gotta do is just pick that one up soon. And Sigma and Earth, the last seconds they get lead back. Royalty has to not only get this counterpick right. If they win, it's Sigma and Earth having to counterpicks the rest of the way. It's very tough. Royalty, though, again, signs of good things happening. Just gotta figure out a way to finish.
Right, and just like last time, though, Royalty had the upper hand in this situation, and now they are the ones that are being forced to burn their counterpicks early on. So it's challenging to have to be switch positions here. So we are going to be playing Rainmaker again, Keon, but this time we're going to be punching our tickets in at the museum. And I'm wondering too, why? I always want to know why. Like what does it all mean? Wow.
And that's good. That's going to be the one I'm wondering about is this Museum Rainmaker. I feel like I've had my fair share of very close calls in Museum Rainmaker for not just this one, but obviously from a couple weeks back at Riptide. So I'm going to be intrigued to see what Royalty has in store for this museum. Maybe they feel like they could take Sigma and Earth into a different map and feel like Rainmaker is still on their side, but the big thing now for Royalty is how do you get lead in the last months? How do you hold the line? And of course, how do you deal with Knight, who has just found entrances to their base that makes it hard? Yeah, consistently infiltrating into the base at some point. We just see like one batch of ink that just doesn't fit in with the rest of it, and you're like, oh, well, there goes Knight. So, I mean, especially with something like Museum, it's a little bit more challenging to flank, unless Knight is going to opt to take higher ground, in which case that could be especially useful. But I don't know. It's challenging because also with GTR and Joe who work so well together, especially so Joe is still going to be opting to have a wiper pick. However, they are going to be going down to the Sultana wipers, so that is a stamp that's going to be on their side. And I believe GTR is actually opting for the Kraken again. So a lot of forward momentum type specials coming out from Royalty, maybe hoping to try to get an early pop of some kind. But it looks like they're actually opting for the team fight instead, Keon. Yeah, and especially with the change, just kind of flexing over to the Kraken range blaster, if you will, the custom range blaster. But the wiper is going to be the intriguing thing, and I feel like the play is sound effective from Royalty, especially with how narrow the pushing lanes are basically in this map. The question is though, how can Royalty translate this to still being on the board? And for Sigma, of course, how do you basically translate this into a 3-0 sweep? That's going to be the ultimate question, especially with Sigma on Earth, just sticking with this very Rainmaker-specific comp where everything kind of centers on the ink back. But this could be the first checkpoint being cleared. That's such an easy entrance there, and the checkpoint has been breached. Sigma will clear the checkpoint. Royalty has to hope to defend once more.
Wow, Knight breaking through and taking one pick, not taking the stamp player out. That is Joe on the Sultana wiper, but still Royalty having the Rainmaker in their possession. You can see Sail trying to follow up on the flank here, taking out one in the process, taking out Joe too. That's 2 members down on Royalty here. You can see Blush is just trying to hold it together with David trying to jump down and help. I mean, a very staggering moment here for Royalty, and especially with the checkpoint being popped for Royalty, this is going to be a really big deal.
Wow.
An opportunity for them to not have anybody go down. That's 3 different people down, Keon. This could be the end.
Yeah, this could be the end for sure. Knight just able to clear out so much space, and Royalty is going to go 3 down here. This could be a lot. This could be the jumps coming up here soon, but they're getting a little too opportunistic here. Knight is able to take out 1 more, and it is going to be 2 down on both sides, and it will be Nacho and the 96 gal trying to see if they can fight big. They have to just retreat this Rainmaker to the other direction. Just get that out of the base, if you will. And the 16 points remaining here, Seth, is effectively a strong, could be a push that could seal it for Sigma on Earth.
Yeah, the straw that broke the camel's back there, I almost incidentally, but it's still the Rainmaker is in the hands of Sigma on Earth. Like David wasn't able to make it too far off of that platform there. Allowed a good retake point for Sigma on Earth, and now with the specials beginning to stack once again, but you're taking Knight out of the aggressive process. Here's a Kraken coming through into the midsection as well. Maybe trying to displace some folks, maybe just trying to add a little bit more of an ink trail. Who knows? But now that's Royalty breaking out into the midsection, but I believe there's still somebody from Sigma on Earth flanking on their platform, Keon.
Yeah, that was the ultimate question, but it looked like the rest of the group retreats there, and once again, Knight, I believe, got a few picks of their own, and is able to find a second one on top of it, too. Will they shut down the CMP2? This is just, we are living in Knight's world as we speak here on Sigma on Earth. Knight is just trying to run this one out here, trying to send Royalty back to the kingdom, if you will. But it is going to be GTR looking to see if they can get another chance there. Kraken not able to clear enough space, not able to find picks of their own. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. 2 members down from Royalty's end. The Rainmaker is picked up. This stamper has to be huge from Joe. They take out Knight. That's one of their big members going down. The hammer's going to be a little bit wide there. 2 members down in this situation. Saf. But Sigma on Earth is just running with all the momentum.
Yeah, Sigma on Earth is doing immaculate things here today, Keon. You can see now David and Joe are trying to follow up on the middle here. Not trying to overextend, though. They actually were playing that team fight pretty safe. Getting 2 members from Sigma on Earth down there. They're trying to entice Orphan and Knight out into the middle zone, especially now with allowing Blush to have the space to push forward here. You can see David trying to try Zuka, displace the members and push them to the right-hand side. That's GTR trying to help maybe with some of that follow-up. This could be Royalty trying to flip the script here, but like you said, sending the Kingdom packing, they missed the jump there. They're still able to break through the checkpoint, though, but that is 3 members make it a wipeout, Keon. Not the way that you want to start your checkpoint break off.
Yeah, not the way you want to start your checkpoint break whatsoever, especially with the wipeout there, which means that the Rainmakers now on Sigma's side, they could opt for the stall tactics if they want to take advantage of it. But they believe, I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to let this one reset, try to fight for another day, and that's what they're going to do here, Sap. With 20 seconds left to go on the clock, the ink back is just being popped for a defensive maneuver. The Kraken's just being there. I think they're just trying to find any members of Sigma on Earth, but this is a full defensive front that Sigma on Earth is dishing out. 2 specials are popped. And that Inkjet is going to take out GTR. On top of it, too, the Bubbles is there to protect the Rainmaker with all their might. Knight Show continues on into a double. Can Knight look for any more picks to seal it for Sigma on Earth? And Knight is just jumping for joy. The party's happening for Sigma on Earth. They are your September 2024 winners of Low Wayne. Congratulations to Sigma on Earth.
It's like Knight had a 2-hour season finale special that we just got to witness over the last hour. But especially in the last, 30 minutes. Battle Broadcaster Desk on October 12th. You can find me on the Twitter webs with 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea, or I am on that Butterfly app now. I know that Blue Sky, that Halo, whatever sky-related acronym words things. Blue Sky at Safirea. That's just regular Safirea. But again, don't find me, please. Keon, where are you? Where are you? Keon, wherefore art thou? Keon, where can I find you?
Wherefore art thou me? Find me on Twitter and Blue Sky, Keon2570. Hopefully, we'll be back streaming for my usual stuff. It's been a long month and a half for me, so hopefully I get to return to the grind there as well. So smash the follow button for those. Huge shout outs to Ellie, our wonderful producer all weekend. Let's be real, huge shout outs to you. But we're gonna go wrap it up here with our producer Ellie and my co-com staff. I'm Keon saying, have a good rest of your Sunday and a good rest of your upcoming week. You have watched Low Ink September 2024 edition. We will see you guys next month.